Chapter 931. When Emoji and the other two saw Jianshan behind them, their eyes widened in disbelief. Jianshan, you actually escaped? How is this possible? You actually came out of the formation. Could it be that you've already broken the formation? Impossible. The crack from the Emperor armament has already healed, so how did you get out? Emoji and the other two exclaimed in shock. Their faces turned ugly. Jianshan held the king's sacred weapon in his right hand as he rode on the back of the majestic white tiger. He coldly stared at Emoji and the other two. An intense killing intent was emitted from his body. Although I knew that this would happen sooner or later, I never thought that you would actually be assassins sent by the Serpent God Hall. Jianshan said coldly. He had heard every single word that Emoji and the other two had said. Back in the Poseidon Hall, Emoji and the other two had actively sought out Jianshan. They wanted to enter the Eight Wastelands Divine Hall with Jianshan. This was actually a plan that the three of them had come up with long ago. Their goal was to approach Jianshan and find a good opportunity to eliminate Jianshan, Emoji, and Emoji so that they could complete the mission the Serpent God Hall had given them. In order for the three of them to eliminate Jianshan's group successfully, the experts of the Serpent God Hall went to great lengths to leave behind abundant Holy Emperor's power in their bodies. The three of them had hidden the 16th star Holy Emperor's power extremely well, only revealing it now. The fourth person who had joined Jianshan's group was a complete coincidence, but he had already died. Although the three of them were extremely surprised that Jianshan could break out of the formation, they were still 9th heavenly layer saint rulers after all, so they calmed down very quickly. Killing intent immediately filled their faces. One of them sneered, Jianshan, I never thought that you'd be so lucky. You're actually still alive after falling into such a powerful formation. Since the formation hasn't killed you, let the three of us eliminate you. You'll definitely die today. Vast amounts of Holy Emperor's power surged out from the three of them, condensing into sea beasts in front of them in a single moment. They furiously roared as they charged toward Jianshan. The amount of Holy Emperor's power they used this time was clearly much greater than before. As the three sea beasts shot through the air, an extremely tremendous pressure immediately pressed down on Jianshan, suffocating Jianshan. Jianshan was stern. He had come into contact with 5th heavenly layer Holy Emperor experts many times in the past, so he was extremely familiar with the power they used. He had already determined that the owner of the power was definitely at the 5th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor from the three of them. Although they were not at the level of Hall Elders, they were close. Jianshan did not dare to receive such a powerful attack head-on. He gently patted the white tiger's back with his left hand and the white tiger seemed to have received some sort of order. It actually leapt into the blood-red barrier beside it and entered the formation again. The power of the Holy Emperor passed through where Jianshan had been standing with a tremendous pressure, heavily slamming into the wall in front of him. Boom! With a great boom, the entire hall gently shook. The attack from the three of them using the power of the Holy Emperor was enough to shake the entire hall. It was no weaker than an uncontrolled Emperor armament. A white figure appeared behind the three of them in a flash. The white tiger ran out of the formation with Jianshan, arriving behind the three of them silently. Without any hesitation, Jianshan immediately leapt off the white tiger's back and shot toward the three of them with lightning-like speed. He stabbed out 3 times with the saint weapon in his hand, which glowed with black chaotic force. Ding, ding, ding! Before the three of them could react, the saint weapon had already struck the back of their heads. However, they were protected by the armor condensed from the Holy Emperor's power, including their heads. Jianshan's attack failed to injure them at all. The force from the saint weapon caused the three of them to stumble a few steps forward. Fine cracks had already appeared on the armor condensed from the Holy Emperor's power behind their heads. Jianshan was unable to destroy the armor condensed from the power of the Holy Emperor in a single strike, but he could still damage it slightly. Jianshan did not stop at all. With a sudden jerk of his arm, the saint weapon continued to stab out as a blur, completely enveloping the three of them. With a series of clangs, the three of them were hit over a dozen times in a short moment by Genshin's attacks, causing web-like cracks to appear on their armor. They rapidly spread across their bodies. The three of them revealed drastically different expressions. The Holy Emperor's power within them immediately broke free, borrowing the power of the Holy Emperor to deal with Genshin again. Genshin knew how terrifying the Holy Emperor's power was, so he did not try to fight back. He extended his hand and beckoned. The 10-meter-tall saint artifact immediately flew over from behind him, blocking the attacks from the three of them. It took on the Holy Emperor's power for him. The powerful attacks from the three of them that could shake the palace struck the sacred artifact. However, the sacred artifact didn't even shake. It had taken on such a powerful attack without any effort. "I'd like to see just how much more of this power you have," Genshin coldly said. Genshin said coldly before using the saint artifact as a cover. He continued to launch a barrage of attacks at the three of them. The power of the Holy Emperor within the three of them ran out very quickly after such a huge expenditure. Without the Holy Emperor's power to rely on, they lost the ability to contend against Genshin. Very soon, they were slain by Genshin's sword, wiping out their souls. With their deaths, their blood was rapidly sucked away by the Divine Hall. They were reduced to dried-up corpses very soon. Genshin walked up and took the space rings from the three of them. The saint artifact shrank back to the size of a palm and flew into his hand. He then walked up to the white tiger and gently stroked its snow-white fur. He said, "Little White, it's too dangerous here. It's best if you go back to the artifact space and work hard to increase your strength." The white tiger had been consuming heavenly resources to cultivate during this time, so its strength had increased extremely quickly. It had already reached the level of a Class 6 magical beast. Its strength was equivalent to a 5th cycle Heaven Saint Master. Its speed was astounding. After all, it had only been a few years since the white tiger had been born. The white tiger did not resist. It let out a deep roar and entered the artifact space. Genshin arrived before Nubis. He looked at Nubis's rather pale face and asked in concern, "Are you fine?" Nubis stared at the three corpses with a sunken face. He gritted his teeth and said, "I never thought that the three of them would actually be assassins sent by the Serpent God Hall. Genshin, it's fortunate that you appeared in time, or I, the great Nubis, would have been skinned alive." Genshin chuckled with that. He glanced around and in the end, his gaze landed on a nearby door. A meter-wide hole had already appeared on the door. The Emperor armament should have left from there. The door should lead to where the legacy of the Emperor of the 8 Wastelands is. "Let's go," Genshin said before making his way toward the door with Nubis. Genshin did not let Xie Wang out. With Xie Wang's current strength, he would only be of some use when they first entered the Divine Hall. However, they had already reached the end, and the dangers they would face later would be far greater than before. If Xie Wang was let out, not only would he not be of any help, he would even become a burden to them. He might even lose his life for nothing. Genshin and Nubis made their way toward the door that had been opened by the Emperor armament. In the end, they entered a long corridor. The corridor was gloomy. It was long and winding. Genshin and Nubis cautiously made their way through the silent corridor. After advancing for a few kilometers, the area before them suddenly opened up. In front of him was a splendidly decorated hall. The hall was very spacious, at least 100 meters wide and a few hundred meters long. The things inside were in a mess. All kinds of decorative fragments were scattered everywhere. There were traces left behind by the passage of time, as if a great battle had taken place here a long time ago. Genshin glanced around and his gaze froze very soon. He saw 5 figures standing 100 meters in front of him. How did they get here so quickly? Nubis discovered the figures as well, and his face was filled with surprise. The 5 figures were from the other 2 group. One of them was Tesniak. They had actually made it here before Jianchen. When Jianchen discovered them, the 5 of them discovered Jianchen as well. They all looked over and stared at Jianchen and newbies closely. "Ruler of the Turtle Clan, you're a little slow," Tesniak emotionlessly said to Jianchen. Jianchen and newbies made their way over the countless pieces of ornaments. Jianchen said, "I originally thought that I would be the first to arrive, but it looks like I'm the last one." Jianchen and newbies stopped 20 meters away from them. They constantly glanced at the other 4 people. "Ruler of the Turtle Clan, I originally thought that only the 2 of us would be able to make it here, but I never thought that I would be wrong. The 2 of us aren't the only ones who can make it here. There are a few other friends who have been hiding their strength," Tesniak coldly said as he stared at the other 4 people. Chapter 932. Among the 4, the middle-aged man was in the same group as Tesnik. He had been hiding very deeply and kept a very low profile. That was why he had stayed by Tesnik's side for so long without being discovered by Tesnik. Tesniak's sharp gaze swept over them, and then he looked towards the depths of the hall, a burning look in his eyes. In the depths of the great hall, there was a huge stone statue standing there. The stone statue had the appearance of a middle-aged man. The sculpture was extremely lifelike, as if it was a real person. It was filled with charm. He seemed to have completely fused with the world as he stood there. He had become one with the world, where there was no distinction between the two. Gazing at the stone statue, everyone standing in the hall felt as if there was a vast pressure pressing down on their souls, making them want to prostrate themselves in worship of the stone statue. "Is this the Emperor of the 8 Wastelands?" Jianchen struggled to remain calm as he stared at the huge statue. However, Jianchen soon thought of what Elder Hong had told him. He looked around and thought, Elder Hong said that the most precious thing in the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands is this Divine Hall other than the legacy of the Emperor of the 8 Wastelands. As long as I can find the core of the Divine Hall, I'll be able to control it, but where is it? Jianchen, why isn't the Emperor armament here? Where did it go? Suddenly, Nubi's voice rang out in Jianchen's head. Jianchen was slightly surprised when he heard that. A gleam of light flashed through his eyes, and he looked around carefully. He actually failed to find any traces of the Emperor armament. Why is it like this? We clearly made our way here through the door the Emperor armament opened, so why is there no trace of the Emperor armament here? Jianchen thought inside as his face became unsettled. At this moment Tisnik's voice rang out, "If I've guessed correctly, the legacy of the 8 Wastelands must be in that statue because it's the only thing that remains intact here. However, there are 7 of us here right now, and only one of us can obtain the legacy of the 8 Wastelands. Do you have any good plans to deal with this?" The light in everyone's eyes immediately flickered when they heard that. They all cautiously stared at the surroundings to avoid any sudden attacks. All of them were tempted by the legacy of the 8 Wastelands. They had spent so much effort to make it here, so how could they give up so easily? The hall immediately fell into a deathly silence. The 7 of them stood there silently as the atmosphere became extremely oppressive. A faint, killing intent gradually permeated the hall. Let me see if the legacy of the 8 Wastelands is in the statue or not. The oppressive atmosphere in the hall was finally broken. The old woman extended a finger and immediately, a strand of the Holy Emperor's force shot out, viciously colliding with the statue. Tisnike and the others did not stop her. Instead, they stared at the statue. They weren't sure if this stone statue was the 8 Baron Great Emperor or not. They also didn't know if the stone statue contained the 8 Baron Great Emperor's inheritance. They all wanted to use the old woman to test the stone statue's authenticity. Boom! The statue was even more fragile than they had imagined. The old woman's Holy Emperor's force easily destroyed the statue, causing it to scatter in all directions. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces were filled with disappointment. It had been destroyed so easily. They did not dare to believe that the 8 Baron Great Emperor's inheritance had been left behind in the stone statue. However, at this moment, a ball of azure light appeared from the shattered statue. A ball of azure light silently hovered in the air above the head of the statue, emitting a hazy azure light. Everyone in the hall, including Jianchen, immediately stared at the ball of azure light. Tiznike could not help but cry out, "Is this the legacy of the 8 wastelands?" Everyone's expressions changed when they heard Tiznike's words. Their eyes immediately burned with desire. Even Jianchen and newbies were no exception. This was the legacy of a holy emperor. It contained all of the holy emperor's knowledge and comprehension of the mysteries of the world. If they obtained it, reaching the level of a holy emperor would only be a matter of time. Something's not right. Suddenly, Jianchen's eyes narrowed. He stared closely at the ball of azure light as surprise and uncertainty filled his eyes. His soul was extremely powerful, far surpassing Tiznike and the others. At this moment, he could actually vaguely sense the pulses of a soul within the azure light. Although it was very weak, it was extremely active. That soul is awake. The azure light is a seal to prevent the pulses of the soul from spreading out and being sensed by others. Jianchen suddenly thought of something like that, which made his face pale slightly. When he thought of the various strange things he had encountered after entering the divine hall of the 8 wastelands, he suddenly reached an unbelievable conclusion. The Emperor of the 8 wastelands was still alive. A few whistles suddenly rang out. Tiznike and the 4 others had already charged towards the ball of azure light. They moved as fast as lightning. Newbies did not hesitate at all. However, just when he wanted to join in, Jianchen suddenly grabbed his shoulder and said, "Don't go. This matter isn't as simple as it seems." After all these years together, Newbies had basically become a blind newcomer to Jianchen. When he heard Jianchen's words, he immediately suppressed his impulses and did not join in. Tiznike and the 4 others arrived before the ball of azure light with lightning-like speed. They actually extended their hands towards it at the same time. At this moment, something happened. The azure light suddenly vanished, replaced by a dazzling, blood-red light. Before Tiznike and the others could react, it shot towards the 5 of them with unbelievable speed, disappearing into their heads in a single moment. Ha 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 ha, the Emperor has finally waited for this day. The day when the Emperor reappears is not far away. Poseidon Hall, Serpent God Hall, Heaven's Spirit Hall, once the Emperor possesses you, the Emperor will destroy all of you before long. Wild laughter rang out in the air. It was extremely arrogant. The sudden change caused Jianchen and Newbies to become stern. In particular, the wild laughter that had appeared out of nowhere made Jianchen and Newbies' hearts sink to rock bottom. Is this the voice of the Emperor of the 8 wastelands? The Emperor of the 8 wastelands is still alive? Newbies' voice trembled slightly. At that moment, he and Jianchen both understood that the divine hall of the 8 wastelands was actually a scheme for the Emperor to be reborn. Jianchen's face was extremely sunken. He said, "I finally understand why the blood of those people and vicious beasts would suddenly be absorbed by the divine hall. So it was all part of the Emperor of the 8 wastelands scheme. Right now, the Emperor of the 8 wastelands only has his soul left. After slumbering for so many years, his soul must have become extremely weak. He needs to absorb the essence of the blood of those experts and vicious beasts to recover." Newbies' face became extremely ugly. He said in a hurry, "Jianchen, we can't stay here any longer. Let's leave quickly." Jianchen shook his head powerlessly. So the divine hall of the 8 wastelands is a trap. The so-called legacy of the Emperor of the 8 wastelands is all fake. No wonder we couldn't find the way out earlier. We can only enter the divine hall, not leave. There's no way out at all. We can't leave now. The 5 people who had been shot by the red light all cried out miserably. They all clutched their heads in pain as they rolled on the ground. Ha ha ha, there's actually a king as well. Then the Emperor will choose you. The arrogant voice rang out in the empty hall once more. Afterwards, several explosions rang out. Aside from Tiznike, the heads of the other 4 people all exploded. Their souls were wiped out. Afterwards, the red light that had burrowed into their heads all squeezed into Tiznike's head. These red lights were the primordial spirit of a person. The Emperor of the 8 Wastelands. You're the Emperor of the 8 Wastelands. You're actually still alive. Tiznike roared out in pain. His face had already paled. He could sense that his soul was gradually being devoured by an even more powerful soul. The Emperor of the 8 Wastelands, you can forget about devouring my soul. Tiznike's eyes flashed with rage. A fierce light shone in Tiznike's eyes. Soon after, an extremely terrifying energy ripple radiated from his body, filling the entire hall with a world-destroying might. The hall began to shake violently. At that moment, it seemed like the entire divine hall of the 8 Wastelands was shaking gently. The powerful energy radiating from Tiznike was enough to destroy the entire divine hall. God damn it, this is Emperor's power. You actually have Emperor's power within you, the Emperor of the 8 Wastelands cried out in fear. He had once been an emperor, but he was only a weak soul right now. It was more than enough to deal with saint rulers like Tiznike, but he could not resist Emperor's power at all. Just a strand of Emperor's power was enough to wipe him out. Immediately, the Emperor of the 8 Wastelands no longer dared to remain in Tiznike's body. His soul immediately flew out, flying toward Jianshan and Nubes as a blood-red streak of light. The Emperor of the 8 Wastelands' soul flew extremely quickly. It arrived before Jianshan in the blink of an eye and directly burrowed into Jianshan's head before Jianshan could even react. Jianshan's face changed, and he paled in a single moment. His facial muscles constantly twisted, clearly in great pain. However, Jianshan's soul was far more powerful than Tiznike's. Although the Emperor of the 8 Wastelands' soul brought him great pain, it was still within a range that he could endure. Jianshan, are you all right? Nubes' cries rang out, but Jianshan could no longer hear them. His consciousness had entered his sea of consciousness with the Emperor of the 8 Wastelands' soul. At this moment, Jianshan's figure appeared out of nowhere in his sea of consciousness. Before him was a young man who seemed to be in his 20s. The young man wore blood-red robes and his face was filled with evilness. Even his eyes and hair were blood-red, as if they had been dyed with blood. Chapter 933. The young men in blood could not help but laugh wildly in Jianshan's sea of consciousness when he heard what Jianshan had said. His blood-red eyes were cold, filled with brutality and killing intent. The Emperor is not the weak 8 Wastelands. The souls of the 8 Wastelands have been devoured by the Emperor long ago. Other than the 8 Wastelands, the soul of another person called Gu Lu has also been devoured by the Emperor. Today, you will be the 3rd person to be devoured by the Emperor. Once the Emperor devours you, he will possess your body. How great of an honor would that be for you? Kid, don't resist. All resistance is futile before the Emperor. Just fuse with the Emperor at ease, sneered the young men in blood. I really never thought that the Blood Demon Emperor would still be alive after being dead for several tens of thousands of years, and he's even devoured the souls of 2 other emperors. Jianshan's face sank. Now, he completely understood the identity of the young men in blood. He was the Blood Demon Emperor who had fought against the Hall Masters of the Poseidon Hall several tens of thousands of years ago, heavily injuring the Hall Masters of the Poseidon Hall and the Hall Master of Dragon God Temple, as well as killing the Hall Master of the Heavens Spirit Hall. Blood Demon Emperor, you were indeed extremely powerful when you were alive, but you're only left with your soul now. In your current state, you probably can't even deal with a few 16th star experts, which is why you can only possess our bodies. However, do you really think you can successfully possess me and devour my soul? Jianshan coldly replied. At the same time, his sea of consciousness suddenly shook. A soul that far surpassed the 9th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler radiated. This was the power of Jianshan's soul. Your soul is indeed very powerful, but it's not enough to threaten the Emperor. Come, don't resist. Fuse with me, the great Blood Demon Emperor. Once we fuse, you'll be the Blood Demon Emperor. Very soon, your name will spread across the entire sea realm, and you'll become the greatest expert of the sea race. You'll be respected and feared by countless people. Just think about it, just how great of an honor this is. As long as you fuse with me, you'll be able to enjoy this supreme honor. As the Blood Demon Emperor spoke, a strand of faint baleful force filled Jianshan's sea of consciousness in an attempt to affect Jianshan's mind and thoughts so that he could achieve his goal. The Blood Demon Emperor had already noticed that Jianshan was extraordinary. Not only had Jianshan's soul far surpassed the 9th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler, but he could also sense two extremely powerful forces in his sea of consciousness. He felt threatened from the two forces, which was why he had wasted so much time talking to Jianshan. Jianshan's sea of consciousness began to gently tremble. Jianshan was unable to resist the baleful force from the Blood Demon Emperor. He could only endure it. The baleful force from the Blood Demon Emperor had already affected Jianshan's soul slightly. Blood Demon Emperor, do you think I'm as easy to trick as a 3-year-old? You're dreaming if you want to devour my soul and take over my body. I will never let you do as you wish, Jianshan countered mercilessly. The Blood Demon Emperor was furious. Killing intent filled his eyes. He was no longer in the mood to waste his breath on Jianshan. He growled, I'll give you one last chance. Do you want the Emperor to devour you, or do you want to fuse with the Emperor? What's the difference between devouring and fusing? I won't be able to escape death in the end, but do you really think you have the ability to devour my soul? A disdainful sneer appeared on Jianshan's face. He had already fused with the sword spirits, so devouring his soul would be equivalent to devouring the sword spirits. Although the sword spirits were still very weak, they were once the spirits of a sword after all. Even the destruction of the azulate swords did not kill them, so how could a mere Blood Demon Emperor devour them? Jianshan could also tell that the Blood Demon Emperor's soul was still very weak. It was not as powerful as he had imagined it to be. It could probably only deal with 9th heavenly layer Saint Rulers like Tisniak with ease. Since you won't cooperate, the Emperor will take over your body even if he has to take the risk of being heavily injured. I'd like to see how you resist my baleful force. The Blood Demon Emperor suddenly vanished. He turned into a blood-red mist that constantly expanded in Jianshan's sea of consciousness. Jianshan's face immediately became filled with pain. His sea of consciousness seemed to experience an earthquake as it began to violently tremble. The Blood Demon Emperor's baleful force had evolved from baleful force. Not only did it possess the same characteristics as baleful force, but it was also far more powerful. The baleful force slowly devoured Jianshan's soul. At this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared. It shone brightly and filled Jianshan's entire sea of consciousness. A golden pagoda rapidly expanded in the depths of Jianshan's sea of consciousness. It was only the size of a palm in the beginning, but in the blink of an eye, it had expanded to tens of thousands of meters tall. The golden pagoda was like a Poseidon. Its appearance immediately stabilized Jianshan's shaking sea of consciousness. The Blood Demon Emperor's baleful force was no longer able to harm Jianshan. What is this? It can actually block my baleful force. The Blood Demon Emperor's cry rang out in Jianshan's sea of consciousness. His voice was filled with disbelief. The golden light enveloped Jianshan's entire sea of consciousness, absorbing the damage from the baleful force in place of Jianshan. Afterwards, the golden light rapidly retracted and actually forced the Blood Demon Emperor's baleful force back into the sea of consciousness. In the end, it condensed back into the appearance of the young men in blood. They were in Jianshan's sea of consciousness, and the Saint Artifact had already recognized Jianshan as its master. As a result, the Saint Artifact was much more powerful there than it was outside. The Blood Demon Emperor was unable to shake the Saint Artifact at all as a soul. What is this? It can actually block my baleful force, and how can it appear in your soul? The Blood Demon Emperor cried out. Even though he had once been a knowledgeable emperor, he had never heard of something as strange as this. With a thought, a sword immediately appeared before Jianchen before shooting toward the Blood Demon Emperor's soul with lightning-like speed. The sword was condensed from the power of Jianchen's soul. He was unable to use chaotic force in his sea of consciousness, and even the advantage of the chaotic body was completely lost. He could only use his soul to fight against the Blood Demon Emperor. Your soul is not weak, but it's not enough to harm the Emperor, the Blood Demon Emperor sneered. The Demon Blood Emperor sneered. At this moment, he finally realized that the Saint Artifact could only protect Jianchen from harm and not attack. This made him feel much more relieved. The sword condensed from the power of Jianchen's soul directly pierced through the Blood Demon Emperor's body. It failed to harm the Blood Demon Emperor at all. Haha, the Emperor said that you can't harm me at all. The Emperor's soul may not be as powerful as it was in his peak condition, but it's not something a mere 14th star warrior like you can harm, the Blood Demon Emperor sneered. I don't think that's the case, said Jianchen before rapidly fading away. He vanished from the sea of consciousness very soon. Blood Demon Emperor, I wonder if I can harm you if I use my full strength. Jianchen's voice rang out from all directions. Afterwards, the entire sea of consciousness began to churn violently. An even more terrifying soul condensed into a sword, shooting toward the Blood Demon Emperor as a bolt of lightning. The Blood Demon Emperor bellowed out. Immediately, a strand of slaughter chi separated from his soul to receive the incoming sword from Jianchen. However, before the strand of slaughter chi could leave his body, it was forced back by the power of the Saint Artifact. He had been trapped by the Saint Artifact and had basically lost the ability to fight back. All he could do was watch as Jianchen's sword shot toward him. The attack that Jianchen had unleashed with the power of his soul directly pierced through the Blood Demon Emperor's body. After taking on the attack, the Blood Demon Emperor was no longer able to remain unscathed. His body immediately dimmed slightly. You can't kill the Emperor! The Blood Demon Emperor bellowed at the sky. His body rapidly shrank, condensing into a 3-inch tall figure in the end. His soul became even more condensed as he wildly rammed against the restraints of the Saint Artifact. He knew that if he could not break free from the Saint Artifact's restraints, he would not be able to harm Jianchen at all. This was because his soul had been firmly trapped by the Saint Artifact's power. It was impossible for him to spread, let alone devour Jianchen's soul. However, no matter how hard the Blood Demon Emperor tried, he was unable to break free from the Saint Artifact's restraints. He could not even make the golden light waver. At this moment, another sword condensed and shot toward the Blood Demon Emperor's shrunken soul with lightning-like speed. However, the Blood Demon Emperor's soul was extremely condensed now, so Jianchen's attack failed to harm him. Unless you possess the strength of a 15th star expert, you won't be able to harm the Emperor. Brat, the Emperor has changed his mind now. The Emperor won't devour you anymore, so why don't you let the Emperor out? If we continue to remain in this stalemate, we won't be able to do anything to each other. The Blood Demon Emperor finally gave in. He had once been able to look down on everyone with his strength, but he was no longer as mighty as before. In his current state, any random 15th star expert could obliterate him. Blood Demon Emperor, if I've guessed correctly, your soul has become so powerful because you've absorbed the vital energies in the blood. If it weren't for the vital energies in the blood, you would still be in a slumber right now. You would have vanished before long. I'd like to see just how long you can last after absorbing the vital energies of the sea race and the vicious beasts. Jianchen spoke extremely coldly as he constantly used his soul to attack the Blood Demon Emperor. The Blood Demon Emperor's face immediately sank. Clearly, Jianchen had hit the nail on the head. Just as I thought. Blood Demon Emperor, since you want to harm me, I, Jianchen, will definitely not leave you alone. Let me exhaust your power right now and make you vanish completely, said Jianchen. Chapter 934. The Blood Demon Emperor's eyes were filled with determination. He said, "Humph, who am I, the Blood Demon Emperor? If you want the Emperor to vanish, then the Emperor will make you pay the price. If you want me to pay the price, then you'd better break through the restraints of the Saint Artifact first. Otherwise, you won't be able to harm me at all." Jianchen's cold voice rang out. His soul was protected by the Saint Artifact, so only the Holy Emperor could break through it. He did not believe that the Blood Demon Emperor would possess such strength in his soul form. "Humph, I'll let the Emperor break through your so-called Saint Artifact's defenses right now." The Blood Demon Emperor's soul began to rapidly shrink. In the blink of an eye, it went from a 3-inch tall figure to a thumb-sized bead. The bead was completely blood-red and shone with a demonic red light. It actually seemed to be able to suppress the golden light from the Saint Artifact. The Emperor has sacrificed half of his soul to condense Amigami. Please help me break through this tower, Amigami. The Blood Demon Emperor's voice rang out from the blood-red bead. Suddenly, his soul rapidly weakened while the blood-red bead shone brightly. It actually broke through the restraints of the Saint Artifact's golden light and enveloped Jianchen's sea of consciousness. Amigami, that's Amigami. Why has the Amigami of the Empyrean Demon Emperor appeared here? Suddenly, the sword spirits' voices rang out in Jianchen's sea of consciousness. Their voices were filled with surprise. Soon after, 2 extremely powerful lights, one violet and one azure, rose up from the depths of Jianchen's sea of consciousness. They rapidly expanded throughout Jianchen's sea of consciousness. With the appearance of the azure and violet lights, the blood-red light from the Empyrean demon orb came to a halt. The 2 lights quickly invaded Jianchen's sea of consciousness and actually surrounded the blood-red light from Amigami. Soon after, the 2 lights rapidly dimmed, causing Jianchen's sea of consciousness to become blurry. It became chaotic, where nothing could be seen. Everything was gray as far as the eye could see. Amigami, even the Empyrean Demon Emperor doesn't have the courage to harm our master, let alone you. If you know what's good for you, piss off. Don't force me to attack you. The voices of the Ziying sword spirits rang out in all directions. Soon after, the chaotic space in the surroundings suddenly transformed into a scene of outer space. In the scene, countless people were engaged in an intense battle in outer space. They fought until the ground collapsed and space was destroyed. Countless planets were destroyed from the shockwaves of their battle. Powerful corpses floated in space as countless droplets of golden blood covered the entire region. Every single droplet of blood possessed an unimaginable amount of energy, enough to easily kill any holy emperor. 2 huge swords flew through the crowd of people on the battlefield. Both swords were tens of thousands of meters long and shone with a dazzling violet and azure light. Wherever the 2 swords passed by, they would leave behind broken limbs. Countless people had died to the 2 swords. The 2 swords were so powerful that they could shake up the heavens and destroy the world. These scenes were all real. They were scenes of the battle that the sword spirits had experienced in the past. They had been projected through their abilities. Amigami began to tremble violently as if it was afraid. The red light that it emitted rapidly withdrew as well, completely hiding within the bead in the blink of an eye. Afterwards, it could not help but fall a little as if it was submitting. It did not dare to contend against the sword spirits. No, none of this is real. None of this is real. Fake. These scenes are all fake. The Blood Demon Emperor's terrified cries rang out from Amigami. His voice was filled with deep fear. These scenes were projected by the sword spirits through their abilities, projecting what had happened in the past. The Blood Demon Emperor could not help but become immersed in them, as if the scenes were extremely realistic. Not only could he clearly sense how terrifying those people were, but he could also clearly sense just how terrifying a casual strike from them was. Every single person in the scenes was far more powerful than the Holy Emperor. Even if the Blood Demon Emperor was in his peak condition, he would not be able to block a casual strike from them. Just a single droplet of their blood would be enough to obliterate his soul. The strength of the people in the scenes had far exceeded what the Blood Demon Emperor knew. It was beyond his comprehension. A deep sense of fear immediately filled the Blood Demon Emperor's mind. I don't believe it. I don't believe this is real. It's all fake. The Blood Demon Emperor's terrified cries constantly rang out from Amagami. He had once spent several thousand years of arduous cultivation to reach the level of the Holy Emperor, becoming one of the few experts in the sea realm that could be counted on one hand. Even the three divine halls feared him. What kind of glory was that? Yet now, when he discovered that the great strength he had spent several thousand years of arduous cultivation was so weak in the eyes of the people in the scenes, he immediately experienced an extremely great impact. He struggled to accept it. Half of the power of his soul has been depleted. Master, why don't you destroy his soul? The sword spirit's voices rang out. With that, Jianshin did not hesitate at all. He immediately condensed the power of his soul into a sword and shot it at Amagami mercilessly. Jianshin's sword accurately struck Amagami, causing Amagami to gently tremble. A chilling cry immediately rang out from within. It was the Blood Demon Emperor's voice. The Blood Demon Emperor's soul was now half as weak as before. It was no longer able to block Jianshin's attack. Amagami, take me away from here. The Blood Demon Emperor's voice was filled with panic. He could already feel death rapidly approaching him. However, Amagami hovered there without moving at all. It did not listen to the Blood Demon Emperor's orders at all. At this moment, Jianshin's second sword of the soul had already been condensed. It viciously struck the Sky Demon God. The Blood Demon Emperor's miserable cry rang out once again. Amagami did not protect him at all. His soul had become extremely weak. Blood Demon Emperor, I'll send you on your way right now. Let me, Jianshin, have a taste of killing an expert like the Holy Emperor. Jianshin's voice was cold and emotionless. The third sword of the soul rapidly condensed and whistled through the air, striking Amagami with lightning speed. Bang! With a gentle sound, the Blood Demon Emperor's soul completely collapsed. It was directly wiped out in Jianshin's sea of consciousness. At the same time, a few fragments of memories regarding the Blood Demon Emperor drifted out. As this was Jianshin's sea of consciousness, Jianshin could clearly understand some of the Blood Demon Emperor's past from the fragments of memories. In the past, the Blood Demon Emperor was a cultivator with some talent in the sea realm. He was fortunate enough to be chosen by Amagami, who fused with his soul and taught him cultivation methods. From then on, his life underwent an overwhelming change. The Blood Demon Emperor worked hard to cultivate the cultivation method he had obtained from Amagami. His strength increased extremely rapidly, becoming a saint ruler in just over 200 years, a holy emperor in 800 years, and a holy emperor in 2,300 years. He was a legendary figure in the sea realm. Jianshin also learned from the Blood Demon Emperor's memories that he had ventured out when he had just become a holy emperor. He had founded one of the three great assassin organizations on the continent, the Bloodsword Sect, and taught them a cultivation method he had modified. Afterwards, the Blood Demon Emperor became enemies with the three halls. He fought against the three emperors in outer space and passed away in the end. However, his soul managed to escape under Amagami's protection, hiding in the Divine Hall to recuperate. The Divine Hall of the Eight Wastelands had originally been created by the Blood Demon Emperor through his abilities. It was originally called the Blood Demon Divine Hall. After the Blood Demon Emperor's soul escaped, he fell into a deep slumber due to his weakness. When he woke up, he discovered that he was unable to leave the Divine Hall with the current power of his soul. Helpless, he could only hide in the Divine Hall and wait for his death to come. His soul would disperse by itself. Under the protection of the Empyrean Demon Orb, his soul slumbered for 10,000 years without dispersing. 10,000 years later, his divine hall was discovered by a 16th star expert, who took it for himself. In order to prevent his existence from being discovered, the Blood Demon Emperor hid himself deep within the divine hall. Many years later, the 16th star expert who discovered the divine hall successfully became an emperor. He changed the name of the divine hall to the Ancient Music Divine Hall, becoming the renowned Emperor Ancient Music in the Sea Realm. Emperor Ancient Music passed away in the Ancient Music Divine Hall after 10,000 years. However, in that crucial moment, the Blood Demon Emperor suddenly appeared from within Amigami. While the Emperor was weak, he managed to devour his soul without being able to defend himself, prolonging his own death. Another 10,000 years later, the Ancient Music Divine Hall was discovered by the Eight Wastelands. The Eight Wastelands also took it for himself, changing the name of the Divine Hall to the Eight Wastelands Divine Hall. The Emperor of the Eight Wastelands never discovered the existence of the Blood Demon Emperor during the several thousand years he occupied the Divine Hall. In the end, the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands reached the end of his life. He could not bear to see his legacy end just like that, so he began to set up things in the Divine Hall in the final years of his life. He wanted to leave behind his legacy. When the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands reached the end of his life, he passed away on the 9th floor of the Divine Hall. His vitality was severed, and his soul rapidly dispersed. He was extremely weak. However, the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands had never thought that he would be suddenly attacked by the Blood Demon Emperor's soul in the final moments. The Blood Demon Emperor wanted to devour the Emperor's soul. The Emperor of the Eight Wastelands was much stronger than Emperor Ancient Music. In the final moments, he used all of his strength to fight the Blood Demon Emperor with his soul, turning the 9th floor of the Divine Hall into a mess. However, he was still devoured by the Blood Demon Emperor in the end. In this battle, the Blood Demon Emperor's soul was injured. He devoured the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands' soul to recover. Then, he used the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands' handiwork to make some changes to his arrangements in the Divine Hall of the Eight Wastelands. As a result, the Divine Hall of the Eight Wastelands that the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands used to choose his legacy became a scheme for the Blood Demon Emperor to possess him. So that's how it is. I never thought that the Divine Hall of the Eight Wastelands would hide so many stories. The Divine Hall was originally created by the Blood Demon Emperor, but it changed its name because it changed two masters later on. The Blood Demon Emperor actually devoured the souls of Emperor Ancient Music and the Eight Wastelands. I never thought that the Bloodsword sect of the Tian Yuan continent was actually created by the Blood Demon Emperor several tens of thousand years ago. Jianshan became extremely unsettled after learning all of this. His heart churned. Chapter 935. The Blood Demon Emperor's soul really is powerful. Now that his soul is dissipating in my sea of consciousness, I should be able to absorb it and strengthen my soul, Jianshan thought. Without any hesitation, Jianshan immediately dismissed his thoughts and began to devour the Blood Demon Emperor's soul. Jianshan was currently seated on the 9th floor. His eyes were closed, so no one knew what was going on. Newbies paced back and forth anxiously beside Jianshan. Although he already knew that the Blood Demon Emperor's soul had entered Jianshan's head, there was nothing he could do about the current situation. All he could do was worry. Jianshan, I really can't help you right now. You have to be fine. You have to make it through. Newbies prayed. He had been lured out of the Cross Mountains by Jianshan using the corpses of his kind in exchange for 10 years of time. However, after spending so many years together, Newbies and Jianshan's relationship had changed drastically. Their relationship was no longer one of mutual benefit. Instead, they were best friends. As a result, Newbies was extremely worried about Jianshan's current situation. At this moment, the pale-faced Tesnik slowly stood up from the ground. When the Blood Demon Emperor's primordial spirit entered his brain, it had already devoured a small portion of his primordial spirit. Tesnik's primordial spirit was severely injured, and he had only just recovered. Tiznik stared at Jianshan coldly as undisguised killing intent filled his eyes. He coldly said, "Emperor of the Eight Wastelands, I never thought that you would still be alive. I never thought that the divine hall of the Eight Wastelands would actually be part of your scheme. Your goal was to lure us in from outside so you could choose a talented body to possess." Tiznik still did not know about the Blood Demon Emperor. He still treated the Blood Demon Emperor, who wanted to devour his soul, as the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands. Emperor of the Eight Wastelands, you must have devoured the soul of the ruler of the Turtle Clan. If you want to completely control the ruler's body, you'll need some time. This is the perfect time to kill you. Tiznik's face sank as he drew his blades. Newbies immediately stood in front of Jianshan when he saw how Tiznik wanted to attack Jianshan. He coldly said, "With the great newbies here, don't even think about harming Jianshan. Piss off. You're not my opponent. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as crushing an ant." Tiznik's eyes were filled with disdain. He did not treat newbies with any importance at all. How could the prideful newbies endure Tiznik's provocation? A tremendous presence immediately radiated from his body as his eyes became extremely sharp at that moment. He did not hide his killing intent at all. "Tiznik, anyone who dares to speak to the great newbies like that will never have a good ending. In the eyes of the great newbies, killing you is a piece of cake. If it were not for the great energy that someone left in your body, the great newbies really would not treat you with any importance at all," Newbies said with a heavy voice. "If it were any other time and place, I would definitely have a true battle with you and see just how great your abilities are. Unfortunately, I can't do that now. I need to eliminate the ruler of the Turtle Clan, or I might not be able to leave once the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands completely takes control of his body. Newbies, I originally planned on using this Emperor's power to accept the legacy of the Eight Wastelands, but I have to use it now. Let me use this sliver of Emperor's power to completely end the lives of you and the ruler of the Turtle Clan." An extremely terrifying power radiated from Tiznik's body. A strand of extremely pure energy slowly drifted out from his body before condensing at the tip of his finger in the end. This was Emperor's power. It was the power that a holy emperor had left in his body, and it was also Tiznik's greatest trump card. The sliver of Emperor's power was enough to heavily injure a ninth heavenly layer holy emperor. Newbies' face became ugly. He could sense the power of the Emperor's power. If he faced it, he would definitely die. Tiznik stared at the Emperor's power at the tip of his finger and said, "To be able to die to this sliver of Emperor's power is a supreme honor for you. Newbies, Emperor of the Eight Wastelands, allow me, Tiznik, to completely end your lives right now." Killing intent exploded in Tiznik's eyes as he was about to unleash the Emperor's power at the tip of his finger. However, at this moment, a huge stone slab fell from the ceiling and landed on the ground with a heavy thud. This sudden change caused Tesniak's Emperor's might to involuntarily slow down, and he subconsciously looked up. On the ceiling of the palace, there was a big hole covered by a stone slab. A gentle light came out of the hole, but it was impossible to see what was inside. This is the core of the Eight Wastelands Divine Hall. It's the core that controls the Eight Wastelands Divine Hall. Tesniak could not help but cry out in surprise. His face was filled with joy, and without any hesitation, he withdrew the Emperor's force from his fingertip and shot it into the glowing green hole. As soon as Tiznik disappeared into the hole, the green light from the hole rapidly vanished as well. When the green light completely dissipated, the hole had disappeared, and the ceiling of the 9th floor of the palace returned to its original undamaged state. Only a huge stone door was left lying on the ground. I never thought that would actually be the core that controls the Eight Wastelands Divine Hall. Newbies stared at the ceiling regretfully as his eyes shone with scorching light. It was a pity that Tiznik possessed the Emperor's power. It was powerful enough to destroy the Divine Hall, so he did not dare to compete with him. With Tiznik's disappearance, the 9th floor returned to peace. Only Jianchen and Nubis remained. Jianchen was still absorbing the remaining power of the Blood Demon Emperor's soul as hard as he could right now. All of his attention was focused on his consciousness, so he had no idea what was happening in the outside world. He also had no idea that Tiznik had entered the core of the Divine Hall and would be able to control the Divine Hall soon. He would be able to use the Divine Hall's power as he wished. Jianchen could not sense the flow of time in his sea of consciousness. The only thing he could sense was that his soul was rapidly strengthening, while the remaining power of the Blood Demon Emperor's soul was rapidly weakening. Devouring a person's soul would be an extremely strange matter on the Tianyuan continent because this was not the case in this world. It was basically impossible for something like this to happen in this world. The reason why the Blood Demon Emperor could devour the souls of Gu Lu and the 8 Wastelands was because he had Amagami's assistance. The reason why Jianchen could devour the Blood Demon Emperor's soul was because the Blood Demon Emperor's soul had entered Jianchen's sea of consciousness of its own accord. With a sliver of the Blood Demon Emperor's soul, the collapsed soul should have vanished from the world, but due to the difference in location and environment, it remained in Jianchen's sea of consciousness. As a result, Jianchen was able to successfully absorb the Blood Demon Emperor's soul. Jianchen definitely would not have been able to do something like this in the outside world. The Blood Demon Emperor's soul contained a few fragments of memories and some comprehension of the mysteries of the world. When Jianchen absorbed the Blood Demon Emperor's soul, he possessed the fragments of memories and mysteries of the world as well, allowing his comprehension of the mysteries to skyrocket. Even though the mysteries of the world were only fragments and not complete, they still came from the Blood Demon Emperor. Jianchen benefited greatly from just a few fragments. His comprehension of the mysteries of the world that had remained at the first heavenly layer of Saint Ruler had actually skyrocketed to the 7th heavenly layer in such a short amount of time, catching up to the 2nd layer of the chaotic body. Time passed silently. After who knew how long, Jianchen finally absorbed all of the Blood Demon Emperor's soul, allowing Jianchen's soul to rapidly grow as well. The only thing he felt regretful about was that he did not obtain any memories of Gu Lu or the 8 Wastelands from the Blood Demon Emperor's soul. It seemed like the Blood Demon Emperor did not obtain any memories of Gu Lu and the 8 Wastelands when he devoured them. Jianchen's sea of consciousness had calmed down long ago. Only the demonic red Amagami hovered there. Jianchen focused his attention on the Amagami. The Amagami clearly came from the same era as the Sword Spirit. Jianchen was filled with curiosity about the details of the bead. Xing Qing Sua, just what is this Amagami? Jianchen asked the Sword Spirit. Right now, he could only obtain some information about the bead from the Sword Spirit. This was because even the Blood Demon Emperor did not know the true origin of the bead. He only knew that the bead was called Amagami and that it was a very special and mystical item. The Sword Spirits seemed to hesitate for a while in response to Jianchen's question before slowly answering, "Master, the Amagami is the famous treasure of the Celestial Demon Emperor. It was refined using the essence blood of the Celestial Demon Emperor. It is a powerful demonic artifact." Who is the Celestial Demon Emperor? Is he very powerful? Why did his treasure end up here? Jianchen asked. The Celestial Demon Emperor was the first demon emperor of the demon world. Not only was she the #1 demoness of the demon world, she was also extremely powerful. She had been at the peak of the demon emperor realm for many years. She was only a step away from becoming a demon emperor. The Celestial Demon Emperor created the Celestial Demon Emperor's art of the Celestial Demon Emperor was even more powerful. At that time, it was considered a high-level cultivation method in the demon world. The god-devouring force that was cultivated from the Celestial Demon Emperor's art of the Celestial Demon Emperor was so terrifying that anyone who heard of it would die upon contact. The soul-devouring force is equivalent to the massacre force and baleful force that Master understands. These two forces are both evolved from the soul-devouring force. However, compared to the soul-devouring force, they are far, far too weak. Chapter 936. The Amagami is a powerful demonic artifact, but it's extremely special. It's completely different from regular artifacts. Once it accepts a master, it'll turn into nothingness and fuse with your soul, just like the Blood Demon Emperor. However, the Blood Demon Emperor has fused with the Amagami, so he can only obtain the Empyrean Demon Saint's cultivation method from the Amagami. He can't use the demonic artifact, or he would never have ended up like this, Ziying explained to Jianshan. Looks like the Amagami is much more powerful than a saint artifact, Jianshan murmured. The most powerful artifact he possessed right now was a saint artifact, so he could not help but compare the Amagami to a saint artifact. Master, the true power of the Amagami is beyond your imagination. If you compare a saint artifact to a saint artifact, it's impossible to compare them. In the past, Amagami only needed a strand of soul-devouring force to turn a saint artifact to nothingness. Qing Sua's voice rang out in Jianshan's head. Jianshan shivered inside when he heard that. He was shocked by Amagami's strength. Saint artifacts were tough enough to be destroyed by anyone below the level of a holy emperor, yet Amagami only needed a strand of soul-devouring force to turn a saint artifact to nothingness. In other words, a strand of Amagami's soul-devouring force could easily kill a holy emperor. It's just a pity that Amagami is extremely weak right now. She must have been heavily injured in that battle. Ziying's voice rang out again. Her voice was filled with pity. At this moment, Amagami suddenly shone with a weak red light. It gently trembled in Jianshan's sea of consciousness. At the same time, Jianshan felt like his mind was forming a connection with Amagami. This Amagami actually wants to accept a master. Aren't you overestimating yourself? Ziying's voice rang out. Her voice was filled with undisguised anger and deep disdain. With a flash of violet light, she immediately cut off the process between Amagami and Jianshan. Amagami's red light flickered rapidly, flickering as if she had been wronged. She was like a little girl who had been bullied and was crying by herself. Amagami wants to accept me as her master? Doesn't that mean I can obtain the Empyrean Demon Saint's cultivation method? Jianshan asked curiously. Master, the Empyrean Demon Saint's Empyrean Demon Arts is indeed a high-level cultivation method, but it's nowhere close to chaotic force because the chaotic body is a supreme cultivation method that surpasses the apex. There's no need for you to practice the Empyrean Demon Arts because it will only affect your future accomplishments, explained Ziying. However, there was one thing that he did not tell Jianshan, which was that no one had ever cultivated the chaotic body to the peak since ancient times. Master, Ziying is right. Even if you reach the peak of the Empyrean Demon Arts, you'll only be able to reach the same level as the Empyrean Demon Saint back then. It'll be very difficult for you to break through to Demon Emperor. However, once you reach the peak of the chaotic body, you'll be able to reach the level of Grand Exalt. You'll be able to crush an expert like the Empyrean Demon Saint to death with a single finger. Qing Sua's pleasant voice rang out. It was as pleasant as music. Jianshan came to a realization. Although the Empyrean Demon Arts was a high-level cultivation method, it was clearly nowhere close to the chaotic body he currently practiced. The Empyrean Demon Arts was nowhere close to the chaotic body. If he practiced the Empyrean Demon Arts, it was extremely likely for his future accomplishments to be limited, preventing him from standing at the very apex. If that's the case, I don't need to practice the Empyrean Demon Arts. I'll focus on the chaotic body. Jianshan immediately gave up on the idea of practicing the Empyrean Demon Arts. Amagami, this is not a place for you to stay. You should leave. Afterwards, Ziying and Qing Sua chased Amagami away, chasing Amagami out of Jianshan's sea of consciousness. Amagami seemed to have been greatly wronged. It constantly flickered with red light as if it was crying silently. It had been forced out of Jianshin's sea of consciousness by the sword spirit. Amigami was a powerful treasure, but it was extremely weak, just like the sword spirits right now. Only people who practiced the Empyrean demon arts could use it, so it was completely useless to Jianshin, who did not plan on practicing the Empyrean demon arts. Jianshin's consciousness returned to his body. When he slowly opened his eyes, he immediately saw a demonic red orb. The bead was floating in the air in front of him. "Are you Jianshin or the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands?" A voice immediately rang out from nearby. Newbies stood 20 meters away vigilantly, staring sharply at Jianshin. His face was filled with worry and anxiety. Right now, newbies could not tell whether Jianshin had been possessed by the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands. Seeing Newbie's nervous appearance, Jianshin could not help but smile. "Newbies, I am still me. Not only did the Blood Demon Emperor fail to possess my body, his soul was even destroyed in the end." "Jianshin, is it really you?" Newbies immediately became excited. He had known Jianshin for a long time now, so they were extremely familiar with each other. He could confirm Jianshin's identity just from Jianshin's expression and tone. However, newbies immediately became stunned. "What did you say? The soul that tried to possess you is the Blood Demon Emperor? Isn't he the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands?" Jianshin gently shook his head and told newbies everything he knew about the Blood Demon Emperor. When newbies learnt that ancient music and the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands had both been devoured by the Blood Demon Emperor, he could not help but sigh in disbelief. Suddenly, Jianshin seemed to think of something. He looked around. "Where's this Nike? Why don't I see him?" Newbies straightened his face and immediately became stern. He said, "Jianshin, this Nike has already entered the core of the Divine Hall. He's currently controlling the Divine Hall. I think he'll become the master of the Divine Hall before long. We need to stop him." Jianshin's face changed when he heard that. He suddenly raised his head to look at the ceiling, and his face immediately sank. He had learned some information about the Divine Hall from the Blood Demon Emperor's memories. The most important piece of information was the location of the core of the Divine Hall, and it just happened to be on the ceiling. "The core of the Divine Hall has already been closed," Jianshin said sternly. "Jianshin, have you learnt how to open the door to the core from the Blood Demon Emperor's memories?" Newbies asked hopefully. He had already learnt from Jianshin that there was no exit to the Divine Hall of the Eight Wastelands. The only way out was to take control of the Divine Hall and use its power to send people out. Jianshin shook his head. He only knew where the core of the Divine Hall was. He did not know how to open the door to the core. "Then we'll just have to break open the door." Battle intent surged in Newbies' eyes. A terrifying presence radiated from his body. He had completely unleashed the might of a magical beast with half a foot in the 8th class. "Let's try our best." Determination flooded Jianshin's eyes as well. They had no other choice now that things had developed like this. Although he had devoured a portion of the Blood Demon Emperor's soul, he had not taken control of the Divine Hall. If he wanted to take control of the Divine Hall, he had to take control of the core of the Divine Hall. There were no other shortcuts apart from that. The core of the Divine Hall was the key to taking control of the Divine Hall. Jianshin wielded the king weapon as his chaotic force surged into it. The king weapon shone with a black light as the destructive presence it gave off was enough to make people shiver in fright. Although the current primal chaos force was not the true primal chaos force, it was not weak at all. A sharp roar rang out from beside him. Newbies had already vanished, replaced by a 30-meter-long python. It was majestic, noble, and prideful. Newbies had already reverted to his original form. He immediately began to charge up his most powerful secret technique. Dazzling gold and silver light shone around him as he opened his mouth and spat out a large ball of condensed venom. It shot toward the ceiling of the hall with lightning-like speed. The venom of golden-striped silver snakes was unrivaled in the world. It was one of the top 3 venomous snakes on the Tian-Yuan continent. The venom he had just spat out was from a secret technique, so its toxicity had reached a shocking level. Newbie's venom seemed to be able to corrode everything. When the venom made contact with the ceiling that the Holy Emperor had struggled to break through immediately began to show signs of melting. It began to melt at a visible rate, but only the outermost layer was melted before it was stopped by the power of the Divine Hall. It was unable to advance any further. After the venom, he spat out another 2 beams of light that were as thick as an arm. They struck the ceiling viciously and produced a great boom. The strike was actually no weaker than the full-powered strike of the Holy Emperor at the 3rd heavenly layer. At the same time, Jianshan launched a full-powered strike as well. He leapt into the air and stabbed the same spot that Newbies had attacked with his Saint armament. Boom! With a great boom, Jianshan was knocked back by the violent shockwaves of energy, landing on the ground once again. Aside from a layer of skin that had been melted away by Newbie's venom, the door to the center of the hall was completely unscathed. Not a single mark was left behind. The defense of the door to the center of the hall is on par with the Divine Hall. We can't break through it with our current strength, Jianshan said with a heavy voice. His complexion was extremely ugly. Once Tesnik gained control of the Divine Hall, the 2 of them would no longer have any bargaining chips to contend with him. They could only hide in the Saint artifact. This was because Jianshan had learnt from the Blood Demon Emperor's memories that gaining control of the Divine Hall meant gaining control of the power within the Divine Hall. Although the power within the Divine Hall could not be used to attack external enemies, it could be used as it pleased within the Divine Hall. Tesnik could use the power of the Divine Hall to deal with them. However, the power of the Divine Hall was on the same level as the power of emperors. Chapter 937. Perhaps we still have a method to get through the gate, Jianshan said with a straight face. Newbies rejoiced when he heard that. He stared at Jianshan in interest and asked, Jianshan, what other methods do you have? Find the Emperor armament and use its power to get through the gate, Jianshan said. The joy on Newbie's face rapidly vanished. He looked at Jianshan with a troubled expression and said, It's not like you don't know the power of the Emperor armament. We can't control it with our current strength, and even if we can control it, can we really break through the door of the hub with the power of the Emperor armament? Don't forget that the Emperor armament is still trapped in the Divine Hall. It doesn't matter whether the Emperor armament can get through the gate or not, we still have to try because I can't think of any other method. I just hope that the defenses of the gate aren't too powerful right now, said Jianshan. However, we need to make a breakthrough in our strength before we go for the Emperor armament. Once my chaotic body reaches the 3rd layer, I'll be able to stop being injured by the Emperor armament and control it with ease, Jianshan said in thought. Alright then. I've reached the peak of Class 7 a long time ago. I'm half a step away from the 8 wastelands. If it weren't for the fact that we had to consider the limitations of strength in the Divine Hall back then, I would have broken through long ago. Once we break through, we really might be able to get through the gate with the help of the Emperor armament, Newbies said. Afterward, Jianshan and Newbies immediately entered the artifact space to cultivate. They planned on breaking through to the level of Holy Emperor in a single stroke. The defenses of the Saint artifact were extremely powerful. Even if Tisnek controlled the Divine Hall and attacked the Saint artifact with the power of the Divine Hall, he would not be able to break through the artifact in a short amount of time. As a result, the Saint artifact had become the only thing that supported Jianshan and Newbies. Jianshan sat in the center of an extremely quiet hall within the artifact space. Mountains of high-class monster cores and a large number of supreme-quality crystal coins were piled up around him, as well as a few fist-sized divine tier crystals. These items were what Jianshan relied on to break through to the 3rd layer of the chaotic body. They would provide Jianshan with tremendous amounts of energy. As long as he had enough time, Jianshan would be able to successfully reach the 3rd layer of the chaotic body. The first layer of the chaotic body allows me to possess the battle prowess of a third heavenly layer Saint Ruler, while the second layer allows me to possess the battle prowess of a seventh heavenly layer Saint Ruler. With the Ruler armament, I can unleash the strength of a ninth heavenly layer Saint Ruler, while the Saint armament allows me to possess the strength of a third heavenly layer Holy Emperor. Once I break through to the third layer, I should be able to surpass the 8th and 9th heavenly layer Saint Rulers in a single stroke and reach the level of a Holy Emperor. I just wonder how much strength I can unleash once I reach the level of a Holy Emperor with the Saint armament, Jianshan murmured to himself. He was filled with anticipation. And there's the Emperor armament. The Emperor armament already possesses such terrifying power when no one is controlling it. I wonder how much strength I can unleash once I reach the third layer of the chaotic body and use the Emperor armament. Will I be able to fend off Hall Elders? The golden silk armor woven from the silk of the primordial god Silkworm is still in the hands of a divine general of the serpent god Hall. Although I don't know how to increase the defense of the silk, it's a rare treasure born from the world and is related to the crisis of the world. Once I'm strong enough, I'll definitely head to the Serpent God Hall personally and take the golden silk armor back. Jianshan felt a sense of urgency. He knew that he would be able to take back the golden silk armor soon. Once he broke through to the third layer of the chaotic body and grasped the Emperor armament, he would have enough strength to deal with the 4 divine generals of the Serpent God Hall. Cultivate, cultivate. I have to cultivate as soon as possible. This time, I have to break through to the third layer of the chaotic body as soon as possible, or I won't be able to leave this divine hall, let alone take back the golden silk armor. Jianshan quickly dismissed his thoughts and focused all of his attention on cultivation. The sword spirits appeared above Jianshan's head. They assisted Jianshan in refining the monster cores, crystal coins, and god-tier crystals in the surroundings. A faint smell of blood radiated from the high-class monster cores piled up in the surroundings. Jianshan had obtained these monster cores from the vicious beasts in the Divine Hall recently. The energy within the monster cores was extremely active at every moment, so refining them was much easier. Due to the lack of time, Jianshan only used fresh monster cores with active energy this time. He did not use the ancient monster cores from the artifact space that had completely solidified their energy. Although the monster cores were all high class, they had lost a lot of energy and had solidified, so refining them took a lot of time and effort. They were not suitable for him to use right now. As Jianshan refined the monster cores, newbies did not sit around either. He was currently cultivating in a quiet hall. Unlike Jianshan, newbies cultivated by devouring the essence of the old snake. The process was much easier and faster than Jianshan's. At this moment, there was an extremely narrow room in the center of the divine hall. The room was empty without any decorations. The only thing in the room was a divine hall that hovered a meter in the air at the center of the room. Although the divine hall gave off a majestic presence, it was extremely small. It was less than a meter in both length and width. If someone familiar with the 8 Wastelands Divine Hall were to come here, they would definitely discover that this small divine hall was the 8 Wastelands Divine Hall that had shrunk countless times. At this moment, Tesnik was sitting cross-legged in front of the mini shrine. His energy was continuously pouring into the mini shrine in front of him. Emperor of the 8 Wastelands, I really never thought that you would still be alive. The legacy of the 8 Wastelands Divine Hall was probably a scam from you. You've actually tricked all of us. But so what? I have the power of an emperor within me. Let alone a soul like you, even if you successfully possess the body of the ruler of the Turtle Clan, you'll still be extremely weak. I'd like to see how you block my attacks. I may not have obtained your legacy, but no one can stop me from controlling the Divine Hall. Emperor of the 8 Wastelands, once I completely control the Divine Hall, I might not even need to waste my power. Just the power of the Divine Hall will be enough to make you completely disperse. Tisnike's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Although the news of Octaterra Emperor's survival had a strong impact on his heart, he wasn't afraid because he already had a bargaining chip to deal with Octaterra Emperor. Emperor of the 8 Wastelands, you'll be dead in 5 years at most. It's just a pity for the ruler of the Turtle Clan. The mighty ruler of a clan has actually suffered such a miserable fate. In the blink of an eye, Jianshan had already spent a year in the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands. At this moment, the Flame City that the Flame Mercenaries had constructed out of tungsten alloy on the distant Tianyuan continent had officially been completed. The majestic city wall was pitch black. From afar it looked like a dragon crawling on the ground, exuding a vast and majestic aura. It made everyone feel an invisible pressure from the depths of their hearts. It was as if they were walking beside a peerless ferocious beast when they passed by the city wall. The walls were 100 meters tall and several dozen kilometers long. Many magic crystal cannons had been set up on the walls, and several armored soldiers stood beside each cannon. They were all stern and cold. Today was the 3rd day since the completion of Flame City. At the same time, it was the busiest day since the city had been built. This was because the Vice City Lord of Flame City had invited all the people from the large clans and organizations within a radius of 100,000 kilometers to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony. This day was an extremely special and important day for Flame City. Not only had the king of the Kingdom of Jessen hurried over from afar, but even the Chongyang ancestor and Chongbo, who had founded Chongyang Prefecture, had come as well. It could be said that Chongyang Zhu Yunkong's life had been saved by Jianshan. If it were not for Jianshan's trip to the Sea of Illusory Stars to obtain the dragon saliva grass, he probably would not have been able to leave Three Saint Island even if he died, much less return to the Tianyuan continent to reunite with his family. As a result, Chongyang Zhu Yunkong cared about his talented great-grandson to the extreme. The Flame Mercenaries had been personally founded by his great-grandson, so Chongyang Zhu Yunkong obviously placed great importance on his great-grandson's business. Apart from that, even Ming Dong, Dugu Feng, Tai Ta, Little Fatty, Wang Yifeng, and the others all emerged from seclusion to participate in the ribbon-cutting ceremony of Flame City. As the core members of the Flame Mercenaries, there was no way they would not participate in such an important event like the official opening of Flame City. After all these years of seclusion, the strength of Ming Dong and the others had increased drastically. Although they had not become saint rulers, all of them had become heaven saint masters aside from Wang Yifeng. The person who improved the fastest among them was not the talented Ming Dong or Little Fatty, but the honest Tai Ta. Tai Ta's rate of improvement in the past few years could truly be described as godlike. It was so fast that it left people tongue-tied. He had actually caught up with them, completely surpassing Ming Dong and the others. He had reached the peak of Heaven Saint Master and was only a step away from becoming a saint ruler. Although Tai Ta's rate of improvement was extremely fast, his changes were extremely great as well. In the past, he was burly and tanned like charcoal, but now there was no longer any black skin on him. Instead, there was a sliver of gold. Under the sunlight, it shone with an unbelievable metallic luster. Tai Ta had become even taller and bullier other than his skin. He was now 4 meters tall. Coupled with his burly body, he seemed like a small mountain as he stood there. In particular, under his honest appearance, there would often be a sense of awe and dignity. Since Flame City was the first city on the Tianyuan continent to be completely forged from precious tungsten alloy, its name had spread across the entire continent a few years ago. As a result, the ribbon-cutting ceremony in Flame City was bustling beyond everyone's imagination. Apart from the people who had been invited to the ribbon-cutting ceremony, there were also many representatives from large factions and clans who had come from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, or even millions of kilometers away. An imperial protector of the Qin Wang kingdom had personally come with the third prince, Qin Ji. There was also a great elder of the Tianqin clan who had come with Qin Shao, a travel-worn person. Apart from them, even some hermit clans and ancient clans that were rarely known to the public had come to congratulate him with gifts. Even the Grand Elder of the Radiant Saint Master Union had personally come with 3 saint rulers to congratulate them. This time, basically a third of all the organizations on the continent had gathered in the tiny city of Flame City. It was so bustling that it could be described as unprecedented. P.S. 17K has an event right now. Read 5 free chapters and you can receive 1 RMB. You can also buy books for a month. It costs 30 RMB a month. You can read all of 17K's works for 1 RMB a day. We hope that you who like Jianshan and read books on Baidu, Tieba, and various other pirated websites can register an account with 17K. You will receive K-coins for every free chapter you read. We support Sword God and Xiaoyao. 17K's original subscriptions had never been high. Once its popularity increased, the number of subscriptions would increase as well. Xiaoyao knew that there were quite a lot of readers on Tieba, but he would only visit it once in a while. We hope that the readers who read Sword God on Tieba can register an account with 17K. If they have any questions, they can post them in the comments section. Xiaoyao would answer everyone's questions from 8 o'clock in the morning to midnight every day. Chapter 938. Under the lead of the Vice City Lord, the upper echelon of the Flame mercenaries personally received the guests from various places within the city. The happiest and most excited person out of all the people who had come to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony had to be the king of the kingdom of Jessen. The king was unable to contain his excitement as he stared at the majestic walls of Flame City and the many peak organizations he had never heard of before. The smile on his face never faded. This was because the first Vice City Lord of Raging Flame City, the most expensive city in the history of the Tianyuan continent, was his daughter, Yu Yu. Everyone in Raging Flame City agreed that Yu Yu would be the Vice City Lord of Raging Flame City. Not a single person dared to object. Flame City only existed because of Jianshan, and Yu Yu was Jianshan's fiancée. She was the person closest to Jianshan. At the same time, Yu Yu was outstanding in management and excelled in all aspects. She was extremely suitable for the position of Vice City Lord. It could be said that there was no one else in the large mercenary group who was suitable for the position aside from Yu Yu. The uniqueness of Flame City and its value meant that the city could not fall into the hands of outsiders no matter what. Although the captain of the Flame mercenaries, Jianshan, had been implicated by the matter of the winged tiger god and no one knew where he was right now, it did not diminish the glory of Flame City. This was because it was the only city wall on the Tianyuan continent that was completely forged from tungsten alloy. Its existence was comparable to the 7 capital cities that had stood for countless years. The ancient clan, the Tianmu clan, has come to visit. The ancient clan, the Morgan clan, has come to visit. More and more people from the various organizations gathered in the city as the loud and clear voice of the attendant rang out. Changyang Zhu Yunkong and Bai Hai currently sat together in the huge imperial palace in the center of the city as they chatted over wine. Their faces were filled with smiles as they glanced at the resplendent hall from time to time. Their faces were filled with joy. I really never thought that my great-grandson would be so bold. He actually built such a large city out of tungsten alloy. It really is unbelievable, Changyang Zhu Yunkong sighed emotionally. He was in an extremely good mood. Bai Hai also smiled happily when he heard that. He said, Jianshan is indeed extremely capable. In particular, his talent for cultivation is unprecedented. He actually managed to become a saint ruler in just over 20 years. His future accomplishments will be unimaginable. Bai Hai seemed to think of something when he reached there. He gently sighed and said, It's just a pity that the child is currently embroiled in the matter of the winged tiger. The entire continent is searching for him. Although he's hidden overseas, None of us know whether he's in danger or not. I just hope that the child can return safely." The joy on Changyang Zhu Yunkong's face gradually vanished when he heard that. He frowned and said, "The matter of the winged tiger is indeed a problem. It's related to far too many things. If my great-grandson wants to return to the Tianyuan continent, he'll have to hand over the winged tiger unless he possesses the strength to contend against the protector clans." Bai Hai and Changyang Zhu Yunkong knew each other's identities long ago. In terms of status and seniority, they were both Jianxin's great-grandfathers. Although they were of different ages, they had become in-laws because of their relationship with Jianxin. At this moment, Ming Dong, Dugu Feng, Little Fatty, and Tai Ta gathered together in a garden within the imperial palace of Flame City. Unknowingly, a few years have passed just like that. "I wonder where Jianxin is right now and how he's doing," Ming Dong murmured to himself. Not only had Ming Dong's strength increased by a lot during the past few years of secluded cultivation, but his entire bearing had changed as well. Compared to before, Ming Dong was much less impatient and much more composed. He seemed to have become much more steady and mature. "Don't worry, he'll be fine," a cold voice rang out. The person who had spoken was the cold and arrogant Dugufeng. Dugufeng was the same as before. He had not changed at all. Today is an important day for Flame City. As the first city in the history of the Tianyuan continent to be forged from tungsten alloy, the news of Flame City has already spread across the entire continent. It's impossible for Jianxin to not know. "Do you think Jianxin will make it back in time?" Little Fatty spoke as well. His voice was filled with eagerness. Not a single bit of fat could be seen on Little Fatty's body now. His former chubby figure had vanished long ago, and he had become much more lean and lean. Little Fatty's talent was very great. In the past, his talent had been suppressed because Uncle Xiao did not want him to participate in the matters of the Tianyuan continent. He only wanted him to live a peaceful life. Now that he began to focus on cultivation, his rate of improvement could be described as divine. Although it was nowhere close to Tai Ta's level, it was still incomparable to ordinary people with outstanding talent. "Once Jianxin comes back, I'll definitely have a proper battle with him. I want to see whether I'm stronger or Jianxin is stronger," Tai Ta said with a muffled voice. Tai Ta, who was sitting there like a mountain of flesh, said in a low, muffled voice. His eyes flashed with excitement. Tai Ta was currently the strongest person in the group. Even Ming Dong was not Tai Ta's opponent. In particular, Tai Ta's brute force was even more terrifying than magical beasts. "Tai Ta, if you want to fight with Jianxin, you better work hard on increasing your strength to Saint Ruler first. You may be very powerful, but there's an insurmountable gap between Saint Ruler and Heaven Saint Master," Ming Dong teased. "I'm not afraid. I feel like I can defeat regular Saint Rulers now. Once Jianxin comes back, I'll definitely spar with him. I want to see just how great of a difference there is between me and him. Back when Jianxin and I were in Kargath Academy, the difference between our strength wasn't so great. I don't want to be left too far behind by Jianxin." Tai Ta was filled with confidence. He could not help but think about the time he spent in Kargath Academy with Jianxin. He could not help but smile foolishly. After spending half a day, Vice City Lord Yu Yu, who was busy receiving guests from all directions, finally had some time to rest. At this moment, Sima Yu Yu, who was dressed in a purple robe, was lying on a chair, rubbing her temples tiredly. As the Vice City Lord of Raging Flame City, she had to personally welcome all the people who had come to congratulate her. As a result, she was completely exhausted. After a few years, Yu Yu had also changed a lot. She was much more mature now. Her face was still as beautiful as before. Her beauty was enough to cause the downfall of a city. Countless men would be moved by her. Furthermore, one could faintly feel a unique aura from her body that belonged to a superior. After managing the Flame Mercenaries for so many years, Yu Yu's presence had silently changed as well. Sister Yu, Lien is really happy. The day of our Flame City standing on the Tian Yuan continent has finally arrived. We've been looking forward to this day for many years, and it's finally happening now. A gentle voice sounded out as Bai Lien, dressed in a luxurious dress, ran over with an excited look on her face. Yu slowly sat up straight and said, "The people who have come this time have far exceeded my expectations. It's just that." Yu hesitated as she frowned slightly. Sister Yu, it's just what? Bai Lien blinked her bright eyes as she asked curiously. It's just that for some reason, I suddenly feel uneasy, as if something bad is about to happen, Yu replied. Bai Lien was stunned when she heard that. She furrowed her brows in thought and said, Sister Yu, I think your worries are unnecessary. Who on the Tian Yuan continent doesn't know that our flame mercenaries have the support of a protector clan? I don't think there's anyone who dares to make trouble for us. That's true, but why can't I calm down? Yu murmured as she sank into her thoughts. Bai Lien rolled her eyes and giggled. Sister Yu, don't tell me you're thinking about my brother. Yu blushed slightly. She pretended to be angry and said, Stop talking nonsense. At this moment, a large group of people had suddenly appeared 20 kilometers away from Flame City. There were so many of them that they were so densely packed that one could not see the end of them. There were at least several million of them. They formed a fan-shaped formation as they rapidly advanced towards Flame City. They were aggressive and had come with ill intentions. At the very front of the group, there were over 20 people of various ages riding Class 5 magical beasts toward Flame City. Every single one of them seemed extremely ordinary. They did not radiate with any energy at all, as if they were ordinary people who did not know how to cultivate. However, at a closer glance, it was not difficult to tell that they were extraordinary. Every single movement of any one of them seemed to contain an indescribable truth of the world, as if they could draw upon the energy of the world. All of them were hermits who had reached Saint Ruler at the very least. At the very center was a young man who seemed to be in his 20s. His eyes were cold as he sneered. A powerful killing intent radiated from his body at all. He was Bai Lien. King Bai Lien, there are countless experts gathered in Flame City right now. Are you sure that those experts won't assist the flame mercenaries against us if we take action right now? An old man beside Bai Lien said with a heavy voice. He was stern. Don't worry. I have a joint order from the 10 protector clans. Unless those hermits and ancient clans don't want to remain on the Tian Yuan continent anymore, I'd like to see if they dare to disobey the orders of the 10 protector clans, Bai Lien sneered. The king sneered, but his gaze never left the majestic raging Flame City. His eyes were filled with hatred and resentment. Chapter 939. This time, in order to take down raging Flame City in one fell swoop, Bai Wang had made ample preparations. First, he used his father's relationship with Yiyuan School's Grand Elder to convince the other guardian families of the 10 great guardian families to support him. Afterward, he personally traveled across the continent and convinced over 20 peak mercenary groups. These peak mercenary groups were all comparable to hermit clans, possessing a history spanning thousands or even thousands of years. They possessed great foundations and were powerful. Not only did they possess saint rulers, but they also possessed over 100,000 people. Therefore, when these 20 or so mercenary groups passed through the space gate personally set up by his father and the supreme elder of Yiyuan School, they formed the current lineup. The total number of people had already reached several million, and every one of them was an elite. Their fighting strength wasn't weak, and their numbers were several times that of the Raging Flame mercenary group. Due to the fact that there were many experts gathered in Flame City right now, the presences of the experts were rather chaotic. As a result, the experts of the Flame mercenaries did not discover Bijuan's arrival. Only when Bijuan Wang and his saint rulers arrived within 10 kilometers of the city walls did the people on the walls discover them. They immediately notified the commander on the walls. The commander on the walls was a Heaven Saint master. He wore armor completely forged from tungsten alloy. He arrived before the walls and stared at the large group of people slowly approaching from the horizon. Humph, there's actually so many people. Looking at their formation, they've clearly come with ill intentions. It's nothing good. Do they still want to take the city that belongs to us? Don't they know that the Raging Flame mercenaries have a powerful family backing them? The commander stationed on the city wall sneered. His eyes were full of mockery. He immediately turned to a person beside him and said, Andorra Depew, you stay here. I'll go inform the Vice City Lord. Yes, sir. The commander quickly made his way to the Imperial Palace at the very center of the city. He reported everything that had happened to the Vice City Lord, Yu. By the time Sima Yu received the news, King Bai-Er's army of a few million mercenaries had already arrived 5 kilometers away from Raging Flame City. At such a close distance, all the experts in Raging Flame City could sense their arrival. Many people revealed looks of shock and uncertainty. Currently, there was no one on the Tianyuan continent who did not know that the Flame Mercenaries had the support of the Changyang clan and Mercenary City. With such a great background, there was no organization that dared to provoke the Flame Mercenaries. Otherwise, the Flame Mercenaries would not have been able to monopolize the tungsten alloy mine for so long. It would have been split up between the Hermit and Ancient clans long ago. Yu's expression immediately turned solemn when she found out that an enemy had invaded. She had a bad premonition long ago and knew that the ribbon-cutting ceremony in Raging Flame City would not be so peaceful. At the same time, she was even more certain that Raging Flame City was currently a gathering of dragons. Those who dared to cause trouble at this time were definitely not simple people. They must have prepared a foolproof plan. Yu placed great importance on this matter. She did not dare to be careless at all. After receiving the news, she immediately contacted the experts of the Flame Mercenaries. Afterward, she quickly made her way to the city walls under the accompaniment of Changyang Zhu Yunkong, Bai Hai, and Jetta Tai. At this moment, the several million mercenaries had silently stopped in an empty area 5 kilometers away from the city. All that could be seen was a dense mass of heads as they radiated with surging presences. The 20 or so saint rulers that made up the mercenaries rode Class 5 magical beasts, standing at the very front of the group. Although the gates of the city were wide open, Bai Hai and the others were in no hurry to attack. Before attacking the city, they needed to deal with the experts gathered in the city first. They needed to cut off the reinforcements of the Flame Mercenaries and isolate them. If the Flame Mercenaries did not have the assistance of the Hermit and Ancient clans, they would not be able to defeat the mercenaries gathered by Bai Hai with their strength alone. Raging Flame City's Vice City Lord, Yu, stood on the city wall expressionlessly. Her eyebrows were furrowed together and her expression was incomparably solemn. She knew that the bad premonition in her heart had finally arrived. Beside Yu, Changyang Zhu Yunkong, Bai Hai, Jetta, and Tai stood side by side. They all looked at each other. He stared fiercely at the black mass of mercenaries in front of him. State your names. Why have so many people gathered here during the ribbon-cutting ceremony? Please state your intentions, Bai Hai called out sternly. Bai Hai shouted in a deep voice. His loud voice was like thunder exploding in the sky, reverberating continuously between heaven and earth, spreading to a radius of tens of kilometers. Ha 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 ha, you can call us the Extinguishing Alliance. I'm sure you already know why we've gathered so many people here. Before long, the first city forged from tungsten alloy on the Tianyuan continent will belong to our Extinguishing Alliance, King Baida laughed. His eyes were filled with madness. Don't even think about taking over our Flame City. Yu's beautiful face was filled with anger. She was extremely furious. Flame City was a mission that Jianshan had given them before he left. It was Jianshan's wealth. Now that Flame City had just been completed, How could she allow someone to take away the city that they had built after so many years of painstaking effort? Bai Hai coldly stared at Yu Yu and evilly smiled. You must be the Gland Princess of the Kingdom of Jessen, Yu Yu. You're Jianshen's fiancé in name. This Jianshen's luck with women isn't bad. He actually managed to capture the heart of such a beauty. But what a pity, from today onwards, his fiancé belongs to me, the Baiyan king. Everything he took from me, all the pain and humiliation he brought me, I, the Baiyan king, will repay him 100-fold. Next to the king's voice was filled with malice. His voice was so loud that it spread throughout the entire raging flame city. Naturally, his insults towards you were heard by everyone. Flame City immediately fell into an uproar. At that moment, whether it was the guests who had come for the ribbon-cutting ceremony or the members of the Flame Mercenaries, they all put down what they were doing and hurried towards the city walls. A few of the stronger people even took to the air. Bang! Mingdong, who was seated in a pavilion in the imperial palace, smashed the stone table before him to pieces with a single punch. He furiously roared, "Who is this bastard? How dare he insult my brother's fiancé? I, Mingdongjue, will never forgive him. Let's go take a look and see who's insulting my sister-in-law. I, Taita, will tear him to pieces." The burly Taita stood up as well. His face was filled with anger. Now that Jianshen isn't here, we can't just watch as someone insults his fiancé. Let's go teach that person a lesson, Wang Yifeng said angrily. Wang Yifeng said with a face full of indignation. Soon after, he put his hand in his mouth and blew a loud whistle. Immediately, a 5-meter-long flying magical beast flew over from the distance and stopped in front of Wang Yifeng. "Xiao He, fly to the city walls. Someone's come to cause trouble. We have to teach them a lesson." Wang Yifeng directly leapt onto the back of the flying magical beast. It immediately flapped its wings and rose into the air, flying towards the city walls. Afterwards, Ming Dong and the others all hurried to the city walls as well. Grandpa Jun, Granny Wang, the Flame Mercenaries seemed to have encountered some trouble. I wonder who's bold enough to come cause trouble at a time like this. A woman who was resting in the imperial palace spoke out in a lively voice. Her voice was extremely pleasant, making people feel numb and seductive when they heard it. If someone did not have a firm heart, they might even be bewitched by her voice. The woman was Tianmu Ling of the ancient Tianmu clan. Is there anyone on the continent who doesn't know about the powerful backing of the Flame Mercenaries? The person who dares to cause trouble at a time like this is either an idiot or has made sufficient preparations. They don't fear the backing of the Flame Mercenaries at all. This matter might not be as simple as it seems. Let's go take a look, said Tianmu Ling's Grandpa Jun before the three of them left the imperial palace and hurried to the city walls. The people in the city surged. All of them hurried toward the city walls. The streets were filled with people, and there were even many heaven saint masters and saint rulers flying in the air. Basically all of them were guests who had come to participate in the opening ceremony of the city. As countless people landed on the walls, the wide walls of Flame City became a sea of people in the blink of an eye. They were densely packed with people in all sorts of attire. Ming Dong and the others all gathered around Yu Yu. They sternly stared at the army of several million mercenaries 5 kilometers away and asked, "Who are they and what do they want?" Yu Yu's face had become pale from anger. She replied, "They call themselves the Flame Extinguishing Alliance and want to steal our Flame City." Yu Yu's voice was filled with uncontainable anger. Flame Extinguishing Alliance. As the name suggests, isn't it an alliance that wants to destroy our Flame Mercenaries? They've clearly come for us. How bold of them! Ming Dong's face became extremely sunken. What a powerful group! I can't even see through the 20-odd people at the very front. Don't tell me they're all saint rulers, Little Fatty said with a heavy voice. Tai Ta's eyes lit up when he heard that. He immediately became eager as battle intent surged in his eyes. He said in a muffled voice, "Saint rulers, huh? I'd like to see just how powerful they are. They've clearly come prepared. We can't be careless, Bai Hai said sternly with a frown. Changyang Zhu Yunkong's face was icy cold. His gaze was extremely sharp as he sternly said, Flame City belongs to my great-grandson. The things of Changyang Prefecture can't be taken by just anyone. Chapter 940. The Bijui King. It seems like the Felicity Empire has a king called the Bijui King. Is he one of the 9 kings of the Felicity Empire, one of the 3 great empires on the continent? So what if he is? The 3 great empires may be powerful, but they're only at the level of ancient clans. How can they contend with the Flame Mercenaries who have the support of the Protector clans and Mercenary City? The Bijui King is going to be in big trouble this time. He's fated to come with so many people and return in disgrace. If the Flame Mercenaries were easy to chew up, they would have been split up by the ancient clans long ago. The Bijui King is one of the 9 kings of the Felicity Empire. It's impossible for him to not know about the background of the Flame Mercenaries with his status, yet he still dares to come. Does he have something to rely on? Everyone discussed as they constantly guessed and expressed their opinions. However, even more people stood there as if they were watching a show. They did not plan on interfering at all, waiting for the final result. Yu and the others immediately revealed extremely ugly expressions when they heard the Bijui King's arrogant words. Changyang Zhu Yunkong flew into the air and hovered 100 meters above the walls. He radiated with a tremendous presence, causing the clouds to churn in the sky. Just the few of you are nowhere near enough if you want to take Flame City. I wonder how many Saint Kings you've invited. Jianchen frowned and said. Changyang Zhu Yunkong bellowed out. His voice boomed through the surroundings, and the presence he gave off made him fearless of the world. Although Changyang Zhu Yunkong's strength remained at the first heavenly layer of Saint Ruler, unable to break through, many Saint Rulers who far surpassed him could not help but look at him in a new light from the presence he radiated at this moment. Even the few Holy Emperor experts hidden in the crowd could not help but look at him curiously as they murmured to themselves. The Bijui King looked at Changyang Zhu Yunkong and a cold light flashed through his eyes. He coldly said, May I ask who you are? State your name. Old man, Changyang Zhu Yunkong. Changyang Zhu Yunkong was emotionless. What? He's actually called Changyang Zhu Yunkong? Is he from the Protector clans of Changyang Prefecture? It's rumored that the Protector clans of Changyang Prefecture are split into the Zhu, Yuan, and Qing branches. Is he from the Zhu branch of the Protector clan of Changyang Prefecture? He's actually a member of the Protector clans. I never thought that there would be people of the Protector clans in Flame City. With the Protector clans of the Protector clans, the Bijui King is king. Is he going to return? Changyang Zhu Yunkong's identity was exposed before everyone, which immediately led to an uproar. The Protector clans had always been clans that only existed in legends on the Tian-Yuan continent because they were the most powerful clans on the continent. They had existed since ancient times and possessed a long history, spanning hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years. Their heritage was so great that no one could compare to them. They had not appeared in the world for a long time, and it was difficult to find traces of them for hundreds or even thousands of years. Even if they appeared, they would not be easily exposed to the world. Only a few hermit families and ancient families with thousands of years of history knew of their existence. However, without any exception, all the hermit clans and ancient clans who knew of their existence felt respect from the bottom of their hearts for the Protector clans. This was because the Protector clans had always played an important role as protectors of the Tian-Yuan continent. They never interfered with any of the conflicts on the continent, but they always silently protected the peace of the continent, stopping the invasions of the Beast God continent and other races. It was exactly because of this that the Protector clans possessed irreplaceable statuses in the hearts of all the hermit clans and ancient clans. They were revered by everyone. However, this time, because of the winged tiger, the experts of the Beast God continent had come to invade the Tian Yuan continent, forcing the Protector clans to appear. As a result, the news of the Protector clans had already spread across the entire continent. Everyone knew about them. Everyone's gazes immediately became attracted as soon as Changyang Zhu Yunkong's identity as a member of the Protector clans was revealed. Everyone's gazes toward Changyang Zhu Yunkong underwent a drastic change. There was respect, envy, and various other emotions. The king looked at Changyang Zhu Yunkong and sneered. Since there's a member of the Protector clans present, it can't be any better. I have something to show everyone next. I'll also ask the Protector clans to verify the authenticity of this news. The king took out a medallion and immediately channeled a strand of Saint Force into it. The token suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Soon after, a formless wave of consciousness spread out rapidly in all directions with Biju Wang as the center. It spread out for a distance of 1,000 miles before gradually disappearing. At that moment, all the saint rulers, including Changyang Zhu Yunkong, closed their eyes. The pulse from the medallion was a message. It had been created through a special secret technique by the Protector clans. Anyone who had reached Saint Ruler could clearly see the contents of the message. The Saint Rulers of the Extinguishing Alliance, who stood in the same row as Bijin, obviously received the message from the medallion as well. They all smiled happily. At that moment, their lingering fear for Flame City had completely vanished. Impossible. How can this be? Changyang Zhu Yunkong slowly opened his eyes as his complexion became very ugly. Bai Hai, Jetta Tai, and all the other saint rulers who had come to attend the ceremony opened their eyes as well. Their expressions all changed. They were no longer able to maintain their previous composure. Jetta Tai and Bai Hai's complexions became extremely ugly. They were so sunken that they almost dripped with sweat. In particular, Bai Hai's eyes were filled with uncontrollable anger and reluctance. Only saint rulers could sense the mental fluctuations from the token. That was why Ming Dong and Yu Yu, who were standing on the city walls, had no idea what was going on. Great-grandfather Bai Hai, what's going on? Yu Yu asked anxiously. Everyone's expressions made the bad premonition in her heart grow stronger. The 10 Protector clans want to destroy our city, Bai Hai said with a heavy voice. What? The 10 Protector clans want to destroy our city? Why is that? Yu Yu's complexion drastically changed as she immediately paled. The city lord of Flame City is a member of the 10 Protector clans, and there's an agreement between the 10 Protector clans that they cannot interfere with the matters of the Tian Yuan continent. As a result, the existence of Flame City has gone against the agreement. They want to make our city disappear and warn the other clans to not help us fend off any attacks, Bai Hai explained. What? How can this be? Sima Yu Yu's beautiful face turned pale, without a trace of blood. She simply couldn't accept this. The 10 Protector clans were the most powerful and ancient clans on the Tian Yuan continent. If they wanted someone to disappear, even ancient clans with experts like the Holy Emperor would not be able to escape, let alone the Flame Mercenaries who were nowhere near as powerful as the ancient clans. The Flame Mercenaries had completely relied on the deterrence of the 10 Protector clans from Changyang Prefecture and Mercenary City to occupy the tungsten alloy mine. If they lost the protection of these two organizations, it would have been impossible for the Flame Mercenaries to hold onto the tungsten alloy mine for so long. Sigh, I never thought that something like this would happen. The 10 Protector clans have personally spoken. No one dares to help the Flame Mercenaries now. Tianmu Ling's grandfather Jun let out a long sigh. His face was filled with helplessness as he slowly pulled Tianmu Ling back. He had already decided not to participate in this matter. Tianmu Ling's expression became extremely complicated as she silently stood beside Grandpa Jun. She knew that no one could help the Raging Flame Mercenaries this time. Otherwise, it would be challenging the dignity of the 10 great Protector families, and the consequences would be unthinkable. There had never been a single person or clan that dared to challenge the dignity of the 10 protector clans on the Tian-Yuan continent since ancient times. Afterwards, the experts who had originally come to participate in the ribbon-cutting ceremony all backed away. They did not participate in this matter. In the blink of an eye, Yu Yu and the others were isolated by the crowd. Only the Huang clan's ancestor, Huang Tianba, was still standing in the same place, but the light in his eyes was flickering. He seemed to be hesitating. The king knew that the time was ripe when he saw the situation on the walls. As a result, he waved his hand and called out, "Kill! Take this precious city! Brothers, let's go, everyone kill, charge! Seize raging Flame City! Flame City will belong to us in the future. Brothers, charge, protect Flame City with our lives. Protect our home with our lives. Protect our home with our lives. We can't let it fall into the hands of others. Flame City is the glory of the Flame Mercenaries. We can't let others take it away. Kill!" Cries shook the surroundings as the several million people from the Extinguishing Alliance charged toward the city like a flood. None of them were weak, so the 100-meter-tall walls were unable to stop them. A few Earth Saint Masters leapt onto the walls and engaged in a great battle with the Flame Mercenaries. Although there were over 100 magical crystal cannons on the walls of Flame City, they had never expected that they would be attacked during the ribbon-cutting ceremony. As a result, the cannons had not been charged with magic cores, so they had been reduced to mere decorations. Ming Dong, Dugu Feng, Little Fatty, Wang Yifeng, Tai Ta, and many other experts of the Flame Mercenaries all joined the battle. As they swung their saint weapons, they constantly killed the members of the Extinguishing Alliance. In the blink of an eye, they were all covered in blood. Yu Yu and Bailian stood together as they stared at the surroundings with pale white faces. Neither of them had thought that such a great change would occur during the ribbon-cutting ceremony. This day should have been a joyous and exciting day for the Flame Mercenaries, but in the end it turned into a scene of flesh and blood splattering across the ground. The ground that should have been filled with red fireworks was replaced by blood. The laughter that should have been filled with laughter was replaced by miserable cries. The dramatic change in front of them made Yu Yu and Bai Lian feel that it was hard to accept. Bai Hai, Jetta Tai, and Changyang Zhu Yunkong stood beside Yu Yu and Bai Lian. They stared at the 20 or so saint rulers who had yet to move with sunken faces. Chapter 941. Bai Hai, Jetta Tai, and Changyang Zhu Yunkong stood beside Yu Yu and Bai Lian. They stared at the saint rulers in the distance who had yet to take action with sunken faces. Several kilometers away, Biju Wang coldly stared at Jetta Tai, Bai Hai, and Changyang Zhu Yunkong. Heavy killing intent appeared in his eyes as he coldly said, "The Flame Mercenaries only have you saint rulers. Fine, I'll kill all of you today and wipe out the Flame Mercenaries. And Jianshan's fiancé and his sister. They'll all belong to me from today onwards. Jianshan, I swear that I'll make you suffer so much that you'll wish you were dead. I'll make you regret everything you've done to the heavenly enchantress. This is the consequence of offending me." Bai Shoulder-to-Shoulder's hatred for Jianshan was so great that it was enough to drive Bai Shoulder-to-Shoulder mad. The source of this hatred came from the heavenly enchantress. Biju Wang leapt off his Class 5 magical beast and charged toward the walls as killing intent radiated from him. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with hatred and resentment, as if he had some deep grudge with Bai Hai and the others. At that moment, Biju Wang had completely transferred his hatred for Jianshan to the people around Jianshan. Bai Hai and the others immediately darkened when they saw Biju Wang charge in their direction. They called out, "The person who's coming is very powerful. He's already a 7th heavenly layer saint ruler. Yunkong, take the 2 of them and leave. Jetta Tai and I will stop him." Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Hai flew out, his saint force surging around him as he charged towards the Bai and King. Behind him was Jetta Tai, who was wielding a saint weapon. The 2 of them wanted to block the Bai and King's attack. "Great-grandfather, come back quickly. They have over 20 saint rulers. We're not their opponent, Bai Lian anxiously called out from the walls. Her face was filled with worry. Now is not the time to be stubborn. Let's leave this place first. With a wave of his hand, an invisible energy immediately wrapped around you and Bai Lian, taking them away. Although Changyang Zhu Yunkong had become a saint ruler, he was still a first heavenly layer saint ruler. At the same time, the seal in his head had yet to be removed, so he was unable to use his full strength. He was not the opponent of those saint rulers who had been saint rulers for many years. Boom! A loud boom rang out as Bai Hai and Jetta Tai joined forces to engage in a fierce battle with King Primus Primus. As soon as the two sides clashed, an earth-shattering might erupted. In just one exchange, the void shattered, and a pitch-black spatial fissure appeared. Violent shock waves of energy raged out from the epicenter of the battle, rapidly spreading in all directions. Thousands of people who were still fighting on the ground were thrown off their feet by the shock waves, injuring them. You dare to fight me with just the two of you? You overestimate yourselves. Bibi Wang stared at Bai Hai and Jetta Tai. His voice was filled with disdain, and he did not use his saint weapon. Instead, he threw a punch at Jetta Tai. This punch contained an understanding of the mysteries of heaven and earth. The fist seemed to have completely melded into the void, becoming one with heaven and earth. Its speed was so fast that Jetta Tai could not dodge it at all. It hit Jetta Tai hard in the chest with lightning speed. Jetta Tai spat out a mouthful of blood as he fell from the sky. He was still a third heavenly layer saint ruler, so the difference between him and Baiyan King was just too great. Baiyan King had heavily injured him in a single clash. With Jetta Tai's withdrawal, Bai Hai was the only one left to fight Bai Hai King. Bai Hai had already reached the 6th heavenly layer of saint ruler, only one level lower than Bai Hai. Furthermore, Bai Hai had only broken through to the Saint King realm after comprehending the mysterious beast skin. His foundation was very solid. Although he was weaker than Bai Hai, he could still fight 300 rounds with Bai Hai Wang. He would not be defeated in a short period of time. The battle between Bai Hai and Bai shoulder to shoulder was extremely intense. Every time the two of them clashed, a loud rumbling sound would erupt. It was like a thunderclap, deafening to the ears. Violent energy shockwaves rushed out in all directions, causing the earth to crack and mountains to collapse. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Flame City was also heavily impacted by the ripples of their battle. However, Flame City was constructed from tungsten alloy, so its defenses were comparable to the 7 capital cities of the Tian-Yuan continent. Although the battle between saint rulers was intense, it was unable to shake Flame City at all. Bai Hai and Bai Hai King fought as they flew into the sky. Very soon, they reached an altitude of 10,000 meters and became two tiny white dots. They were afraid that the ripples of their battle would injure too many people and cause the celestial decay to descend. As a result, they moved the battle far away. The people of the Extinguishing Alliance, which consisted of over 20 peak mercenary groups, continued to fight the Flame Mercenaries. The experts from the various clans of the Tian-Yuan continent all watched from afar. None of them had any intentions of interfering. There was an insurmountable difference in both numbers and strength between the Extinguishing Alliance and the Flame Mercenaries. As a result, the Flame Mercenaries had already fallen to a disadvantage as soon as the two armies clashed. They were firmly suppressed by enemies several times their number, suffering heavy casualties. Ming Dong, Little Fatty, Wang Yifeng, Dugu Feng, and the others were also doing their best to kill the enemy. They were constantly killing the members of the Extinguishing Flame Alliance around them. However, the one who stood out the most amongst them was Tai Ta. Tai Ta was bathed in blood. His tall and sturdy body was still so eye-catching in the sea of people, like a moving mountain. Tai Ta's clothes were in tatters while the axe in his hand had been dyed red with blood. It constantly dripped with blood. Every time he swung his axe, he would kill several people from the Extinguishing Alliance. No one could stop the might of Tai Ta's axe. Tai Ta was like a harvester, slaughtering his way through the people of the Extinguishing Alliance all by himself. The number of people who had died to his hands was already uncountable. Behind him was a path paved with corpses. Not only was Tai Ta extremely powerful, but his body's toughness was almost abnormal as well. He did not even try to dodge the attacks from the surroundings. He used his body to endure them all. Attacks as powerful as Earth Saint Masters could not even leave a scratch on Tai Ta's body. Even Heaven Saint Masters struggled to deal too much damage to Tai Ta. Tai Ta's body was so tough that it could actually rival Jianshan's chaotic body. The Heaven Saint Masters of the Extinguishing Alliance discovered Tai Ta's strength and worked together to attack him. However, as soon as they approached Tai Ta, they were all blown away by a swing of his axe. They all vomited blood and were heavily injured. "There's a powerful one here. Get a few more people and kill him together," someone began to call for help. Very soon, over a dozen Heaven Saint Masters flew over from nearby. They formed an inescapable net around Tai Ta before shooting a powerful sword chi at him. Tai Ta remained calm. He held his axe in one hand and swung it in a circle. With just a swing of his axe, he easily destroyed the sword chi from the Heaven Saint Masters. The violent ripples of energy struck his majestic body, but they were unable to shake him at all. His feet seemed to be rooted to the ground as he stood there firmly. Tai Ta stomped off the ground and immediately flew toward a Heaven Saint Master with lightning-like speed. The blood-soaked axe in his hand shone with a faint golden light as he swung it toward the Heaven Saint Master's head. This axe seemed to contain some kind of heaven and earth principle, and it brought along a mysterious Tao rhyme as it suddenly chopped down from the sky. The Heaven Saint Master immediately raised his saint weapon above his head to block Tai Ta's attack. Ding! With a clear sound, the Heaven Saint Master's saint weapon was actually shattered by Tai Ta's attack. However, the axe did not slow down at all. It continued toward the Heaven Saint Master's head, cleaving his body in half. It was as fragile as tofu. The expressions of the other Heaven Saint Masters drastically changed when they witnessed this. Disbelief filled their faces. "Why, you're a saint ruler," a Heaven Saint Master said with a trembling voice. In their eyes, only a powerful saint ruler could destroy a Heaven Saint Master's saint weapon so easily. "I'm not a saint ruler," Tai Ta replied with a muffled voice. He then charged toward the Heaven Saint Masters with his axe. The axe flickered with a faint golden light. Every swing of the axe contained some sort of mysterious truths of the world, possessing great power. Even the sixth cycle Heaven Saint Masters were unable to block it. They were all cleaved in half by Tai Ta's attack with their saint weapons. In the blink of an eye, half of the Heaven Saint Masters had been killed by Tai Ta. All of them had been cleaved to death by a single swing of the axe. The remaining half of the Heaven Saint Masters were frightened out of their wits by Tai Ta's strength, so they began to flee for their lives. Tai Ta seemed to be certain that he had to kill them, so he chased after them with all his might. "Old Captain, save us!" A few frightened Heaven Saint Masters began to call for help. The saint rulers who had not taken part in the battle immediately noticed the situation. An old man moved slightly and arrived before Tai Ta in the blink of an eye. He coldly stared at Tai Ta and said, "Sir, you're quite skilled. However, the flame mercenaries are done for. Why don't you join our flame extinguishing alliance? With your strength, you'll definitely be treated with great respect." Tai Ta completely ignored the old man's attempt to rope him in. Without saying anything else, he directly swung his axe at the old man. The old man's face turned cold, and with a thought, the space around Tai Ta froze, trapping Tai Ta's burly body inside, unable to move at all. "Everyone below Saint Ruler is an ant. Old man can kill you as easily as flipping his hand. He only spared your life because he saw that you weren't weak. What do you think? Are you willing to join us?" the old man arrogantly asked. His gaze toward Tai Ta was filled with disdain. As a saint ruler, he indeed did not take Tai Ta, who was only a 6th cycle heaven saint master, seriously. Tai Ta was stern. He angrily roared at the sky, and immediately, a faint, golden light began to radiate from his body. Even the axe in his hand began to glow with a hazy golden light. Although it was very faint, it was still slightly more powerful than the heaven saint masters he had killed earlier. Tower's frozen body suddenly moved. At that moment, his body seemed to be unaffected by the frozen space. He raised his axe high and switched from holding it with one hand to holding it with both hands. Immediately, an indescribably vast presence radiated from Tai Ta. At that moment, Tai Ta seemed to have fused with the axe, becoming a single entity. At that moment, he seemed to possess an indescribable charm, resonating with the world from afar. He had obtained a sliver of a mysterious power that originated from the world. Tai Ta took a step forward, and the axe above his head turned into a streak of golden light. He directly ignored the Saint Ruler's frozen space and swung down with lightning-like speed. How can this be? The Saint Ruler paled in fright. He found it difficult to accept that a person who was clearly only a 6th cycle heaven saint master could ignore his frozen space. However, what made him feel even more disbelief was that he actually felt a great threat from Tai Ta's attack. Chapter 942. Tai Ta's axe shot through the air with a faint, golden light, colliding with the Saint Ruler's blade. Boom! With a violent boom, the axe and blade violently collided in the air. Immediately, violent ripples of energy began to rapidly expand in all directions from the center of the battle. It blew away all the people within 1,000 meters. Only heaven saint masters were able to stabilize themselves. As for the ground within a radius of 1,000 meters, a thick layer of soil was scraped up under the raging aftermath of this violent energy. Dust flew between heaven and earth, and Yen's city filled the air, enveloping the entire battlefield. Tai Ta's body flickered with a faint, golden light. The violent ripples of energy struck him, but he actually did not move at all. He was as steady as a mountain. Tai Ta remained in the same posture as before. The axe in his hands was firmly pressed against the Saint Ruler's head. The Saint Ruler used his saint weapon to block Tai Ta's axe. His entire lower body had sunk into the ground, only exposing his waist. His face was rather pale, but it was mostly filled with shock and disbelief. Tai Ta was actually on par with the Saint Ruler as a 6th cycle heaven saint master, and from the looks of it, he even seemed to have the upper hand. The 20 or so Saint Rulers of the Extinguishing Alliance who had yet to participate in the battle discovered what was happening. Shock filled their eyes as their hearts filled with shock. He's clearly only a 6th cycle heaven saint master, yet he's actually able to take an attack from a Saint Ruler without being defeated. Just who is that person? He actually possesses such terrifying battle prowess, a middle-aged man in tight robes said with a heavy voice. His voice was filled with deep surprise. Lu Zheng's strength has already reached the 3rd heavenly layer of Saint Ruler. Even 1st heavenly layer Saint Rulers would struggle to take an attack from him without being injured. Just who is that person? He's clearly a heaven saint master, yet he possesses such terrifying strength. And that person seems to be able to ignore Lu Zheng's frozen space. That's unbelievable. Just how did he do it? Did he use some kind of powerful ancient secret technique? The Saint Rulers of the Extinguishing Alliance all speculated. All of them found it hard to believe that Tai Ta could match a 3rd heavenly layer Saint Ruler as a 6th cycle heaven saint master. Everyone below Saint Ruler was an ant. This was a saying that had always been passed down on the Tianyuan continent, and no one had ever broken it. Today they had actually witnessed someone break this legend that had been passed down for countless years. To them, this was simply an impossible miracle. Ming Dong and the others obviously saw this as well. All of them widened their mouths as disbelief flooded their faces. Although they knew that Tai Ta was very powerful, They had never thought that he would be so powerful that he could reduce a saint ruler to such a horrible state as a sixth cycle heaven saint master. The experts of the hermit clans and ancient clans who were watching from afar also noticed Tai Ta's extraordinariness. They all stared at Tai Ta with flickering eyes. "Well done, Tai Ta. Kill them all. Kill all these bandits who have invaded our homeland," Wang Yifeng's voice rang out from afar. It was filled with excitement. Tai Ta immediately remembered why they had come when he heard that. Anger immediately flooded his face, and he bellowed out. Suddenly, he exerted force with his arms and an extremely tremendous force surged out from his body. He actually pushed Lu Zheng another foot into the ground through the axe, leaving only his chest above the ground. Lu Zheng immediately became furious when he thought about how he, a mighty saint ruler, had been reduced to such a miserable state by an ant-like heaven saint master. To him, this was a great humiliation that he would never be able to wash away. He was too ashamed to face anyone. This was because something so exaggerated had never happened on the Tianyuan continent. A hermit saint ruler had actually been pushed into the ground by a heaven saint master. Lu Zheng could already imagine that his reputation on the Tianyuan continent would definitely skyrocket after this battle. However, it would not bring glory or status, but endless mockery and mockery. The more Lu Zheng thought about it, the angrier he became. In the end, he could not help but let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. Saint force surged out of his body as he used all his strength to push back Tai Ta's axe that was pressing down on his head. His body immediately rose from the ground, leaving behind a meter-deep hole where he had been standing. "Junior, the old man will cut you to pieces," Lu Zheng angrily roared. Lu Zheng let out a furious roar. The machete in his hand was burning with raging flames. It was mixed with the rich power of heaven and earth, and it slashed toward Tai Ta's head with lightning speed. This time, Lu Zheng had used his full strength. He had completely unleashed the strength of a third heavenly layer saint ruler without holding back at all. Tai Ta showed no fear at all. He gripped his axe with both hands and swung it at Lu Zheng as well. The axe and blade collided, erupting with a great boom. Both of them were pushed back by the violent shockwaves. Suddenly, an extremely powerful battle intent filled the surroundings. It seemed to be able to invade the blood of people, bewitching them. It affected everyone unknowingly, actually making the battle between the Flame Mercenaries and the Extinguishing Flame Alliance even more intense. Under the influence of the battle intent, both sides seemed to become completely engrossed in the battle. They forgot about pain and forgot about themselves. The only thought that remained in their minds was to fight. 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 All the experts watching from afar were shocked. They could obviously sense the battle intent that filled the battlefield, so they all looked at Tai Ta. This was because they could all clearly sense that the battle intent came from Tai Ta. At this moment, Tai Ta hovered 3 meters above the ground like a god of war. He radiated with a powerful battle intent. His imposing figure was just like an ancient god of war. He slowly raised the huge axe in his hand. The golden light on the axe grew brighter and brighter, condensing into a huge, golden axe above his head in the blink of an eye. He then swung it toward Lu Zheng. With the swing of the axe, all the battle intent in the surroundings gathered. It fused with the axe from all directions at an unbelievable speed, causing the axe to become even more solid. Swish! The speed of the giant axe's chopping was very fast. A golden light flashed, and arrived at the top of Lu Zheng's head. Then, it instantly cut off his head. Lu Zheng did not move at all. A finger-sized crack had appeared on the ground between his legs. The crack was straight and several thousand meters long. Tai Ta slowly closed his eyes after the attack. Not only did the golden light around him show no signs of weakening, but it became even brighter. A battle intent that was much purer and thicker than before radiated from him once again, directly surging into outer space. A few strands of hair fell from Lu Zheng's head. Immediately afterwards, an extremely thin red line appeared on his forehead. The red line constantly extended, and in the blink of an eye, it extended from his forehead all the way to his neck. Only when it was covered by his clothes did it disappear. This was the blood that flowed from Lu Zheng's body. A golden light vaguely shone from the blood. It grew brighter and brighter. In the end, with a bang, Lu Zheng's entire body was split in half. He was dead. A third heavenly layer saint ruler had died just like that. He had died to the hands of a sixth cycle heaven saint master. Everyone who was watching the battle from afar looked at this scene in a daze. Huge waves surged in their hearts, and they were extremely restless. Even though this had happened right before their eyes, all of them still found it hard to believe. They could not accept it. In their minds, all those below Saint Ruler were ants. This was an unchanging truth. It was impossible for Heaven Saint Masters to harm Saint Rulers because Saint Rulers had already comprehended the mysteries of the world. All they needed to do was freeze space, and Heaven Saint Masters would be immobilized. They would only be meat on the chopping block. Yet now, a third heavenly layer Saint Ruler had been slain so cleanly by a Heaven Saint Master right before their eyes. Moreover, he had died in such a horrible manner. All of them felt extremely shocked. Tai Ta hovered in the air with his axe in hand. The battle intent radiating from him constantly grew stronger, and the golden light from his body became brighter and brighter. This time, even a few saint rulers found it difficult to maintain their self-control. They felt their blood boil, flowing several times faster than usual. A powerful desire to battle actually rose up from the bottom of their hearts for some reason. They were tempted to find someone to fight to their heart's content right now. Unbelievable! The battle intent he gives off is actually affecting us unknowingly. What strange cultivation method is this? It's actually so terrifying, a saint ruler cried out. His voice was filled with fear. The other saint rulers were shocked as well. They stared at Tai Ta closely, wanting to see what he was doing. At the same time, a majestic, snow-white divine hall stood silently in a world of ice and snow in the Arctic. Inside the temple, a person covered in a layer of silver-white armor was sitting cross-legged in a secret room. Only a pair of tightly shut eyes could be seen. Suddenly, she slowly opened her eyes and calmly looked in the direction of the Tian-Yuan continent. She murmured to herself, "The warring gods have finally awakened. I wonder just what level the power of his bloodline has reached and whether he can become a Grand Prime." Several 100,000 years ago, someone from the warring gods awakened. It's a pity that I couldn't interfere with the matters here, so he died here in the end. What a pity! What a pity! In the battle back then, the Grand Prime of the warring gods was slain by the Grand Exalt of the Sword Sect of Violet Heavens with the Azulate sword, yet here, the warring gods have actually joined forces with the successor of the Sword Sect of Violet Heavens. I wonder if this is a blessing or a curse. The great ice goddess was heavily injured by the Grand Exalt of the Sword Sect of Violet Heavens with the Azulate sword, and she still hasn't recovered. I wonder if the successor of the Sword Sect of Violet Heavens is the reincarnation of the Grand Exalt from back then. Chapter 943. The current situation is a mess. I've waited here for 3 million years. Why has the Saintess appeared at a time like this? Why has the successor of the Sword Sect of Violet Heavens come here? And it's because of such a complicated relationship. There's no need to worry about the warring gods. Once he understands the truth, I think he'll make a wise choice. If he makes the wrong choice, he can only vanish from the world. The warring gods were born from the world anyway. Once this generation dies, the world will give birth to another generation of warring gods after a few 100,000 or even 1,000,000 years. The person whose entire body was covered in a layer of silver armor let out a low murmur. His voice was pleasant to the ears, but it was filled with coldness, without the slightest hint of emotion. Outside the city, the golden light around Tai Ta had already turned into a dazzling sun, enveloping him. It was impossible to see his figure from the outside. Tai Ta's presence continued to climb. His battle intent that filled the surroundings became more and more powerful as well. When his presence reached its peak, a tiny streak of golden light shot out from his body, piercing into the sky. It seemed to extend beyond the heavens. At the same time, the energy in the surroundings began to surge. The energy in a radius of 10,000 kilometers gathered from all directions before being sucked into Tai Ta's body like a whale sucking in water. When the dense energy gathered around Tai Ta, it actually formed a visible vortex. The battle between the Extinguishing Alliance and the Flame Mercenaries was still ongoing. Everyone was affected by Tai Ta's will to fight. They forgot about themselves, forgot about pain, and no longer felt fear. The only thought that remained in their minds was to fight. Battle. Battle without end. Ming Dong, Dugu Feng, Wang Yifeng, Little Fatty, and so on were still affected. Only the Saint rulers could control themselves as they slaughtered the Extinguishing Alliance. Tianmu Ling and the other juniors who had come with their seniors had already fainted. They had all been knocked unconscious by their seniors to prevent them from being affected by the battle intent as well. Tai Ta's body seemed to be a bottomless pit. Large amounts of energy of the world were channeled into him, but he still did not reach his limit. He did not change at all. What is he doing? Just who is this person? He seems to be undergoing some sort of metamorphosis right now. Some of the Saint Kings in the surroundings guessed and stared at Tai Ta in surprise. The process of Tai Ta absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth lasted for almost an hour before it finally ended. The gathered yuan qi of heaven and earth slowly dissipated and finally returned to normal. Even the golden light from his body slowly receded, revealing Tai Ta's tall and burly body. The blood on his body had already disappeared, revealing his skin with a faint golden luster. His majestic and firm muscles were bulging, giving people a strong visual impact. In between his eyebrows, there was a small and exquisite battle axe imprint. The battle intent that enveloped the world slowly dissipated. It formed an invisible energy that was invisible to the naked eye and entered Tai Ta's body. In the blink of an eye, the world returned to normal. Without the influence of the supreme battle intent, the million-plus people of the Extinguishing Alliance and the Flame Mercenaries all woke up. Immediately, a deep sense of exhaustion enveloped everyone, to the point where even their heads began to feel groggy. They seemed to have used up all the energy in their bodies when they had been immersed in the battle. Everyone could not help but think back to the battle they had been immersed in after waking up. All of their eyes were filled with confusion, while the expressions of the Earth Saint Masters and Heaven Saint Masters drastically changed. Their faces were filled with shock. They could clearly recall what had just happened, but it was only at this moment that they suddenly realized that when they were immersed in the great battle, they couldn't control themselves at all. It was as if their bodies and souls were being secretly controlled by someone else. Affected by this, the people of the Extinguishing Alliance and the Flame Mercenaries no longer had the heart to continue fighting. They all stopped and returned to their own camps, leaving behind the corpses and the blood-soaked ground as a testament to the devastation of the battle. However, no one paid attention to the battle at this moment. Without exception, all of their gazes were gathered on Tai Ta. Tai Ta slowly landed on the ground. Even though the supreme battle intent that filled the surroundings had dispersed, an extremely powerful presence still radiated from him. His long hair fluttered despite the absence of wind as a golden light flickered on his burly, golden body. An extremely powerful and violent energy would radiate from him from time to time. Although he just stood there casually, his stalwart figure made all the Saint rulers present feel extremely pressured. At this moment, he seemed like a war god that stood in the world. He gave off the feeling that he was undefeatable. The tremendous presence that radiated from him was no weaker than a Saint ruler's. Has he broken through? His presence is already comparable to a hermit Saint ruler. Is he a Heaven Saint Master or a Saint ruler? Was that seen from before the process of him breaking through to Saint ruler? Without the descent of the mysteries of the world, without the 5-colored rainbow clouds, is he a saint ruler or not? Whether it was the hermit saint rulers of the various large clans or the supreme experts of the Holy Emperor, they all thought to themselves. They could all sense that Tai Ta was powerful before, but he was only a heaven saint master. Now, he actually possessed the might of a saint ruler after what had happened earlier. Without the descent of the mysteries of the world, without the 5-colored rainbow clouds, was he breaking through? Or had he been hiding his strength the entire time? A figure fell from the sky. The battle between Bai Hai and Bai Wang had already ended. In the end, Bai Hai was no match for Bai Wang and was heavily injured. He fell from the sky as blood constantly spurted from his mouth. Bai Wang's face was filled with killing intent as he chased after Bai Hai from the sky. He swung his saint weapon, sending a powerful sword chi at Bai Hai. Heavily injured, Bai Hai's strength had been greatly reduced. He struggled to block Bai Wang's sword chi, causing his injuries to worsen. Biju Wang quickly caught up to Bai Hai and used space freeze to imprison Bai Hai's figure. The holy weapon in his hand emitted powerful energy fluctuations as it mercilessly pierced towards Bai Hai's head. Mysteries of War, Spacebreaker. Tai Ta let out a low growl. The giant axe in his hand emitted a faint golden glow as it chopped down at King Bian in the air. A huge axe visible to the naked eye tore through space and flew toward Bai Wang, infused with an extremely pure battle intent. When the axe collided with Bai Wang's spatial freezing, the space immediately shattered. However, the axe's momentum did not decrease at all as it continued to swing toward Bai Wang. Bai Wang's eyes flashed as he gave up on attacking Bai Hai. Instead, he used his saint weapon to block the axe with a layer of formless worldly energy. When the two collided, a loud rumble erupted. Bai Hai successfully escaped, but Bai Wang's figure was uncontrollably sent flying hundreds of meters away. Bai Wang's expression was calm as usual. His eyes shone with a sharp light as he stared at Tai Ta below. He coldly said, "Not weak. Unfortunately, you're on Jianshan's side. You won't be able to escape death." As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Wang became one with the space around him. Controlling the power of space, he turned into a faint blur as he lunged at Tai Ta. The saint weapon in his hand shone brightly as it emitted a powerful energy that caused space to tremble. Tai Ta showed no signs of weakness. An extremely pure and powerful battle intent burned fiercely on his body, filled with a strong will to fight and an undefeatable spirit. Both his body and the axe in his hand shone with a golden light as he merged with the axe and slashed at Bai Wang with an unstoppable momentum. Mysteries of War, Art of World Breaker. Boom! Tai Ta's axe and Bai Wang's saint weapon collided fiercely with a deafening explosion. Violent shockwaves of energy wreaked havoc, turning the ground into a mess. After the collision, Bai Wang staggered back a dozen steps while Tai Ta's majestic body left the ground and was sent flying. The golden light on his body dimmed for a moment. Bai Wang quickly stabilized himself and stared at Tai Ta with astonishment. He exclaimed, "What powerful strength! You're clearly weaker than me, but you're able to force me back with brute force alone. What kind of cultivation technique is this? It's so strange." If one looked closely, they could clearly see that Bai Wang's right hand was trembling slightly. But soon, Bai Wang's face was filled with killing intent again. He said, "The more extraordinary you are, the more I can't let you live. Die." Bai Wang became one with the space around him and charged at Tai Ta again. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to Tai Ta and used spatial freezing to lock Tai Ta in place. His saint weapon stabbed out with lightning speed. Tai Ta's body shone with golden light as he ignored Bai Wang's spatial freezing and swung his axe again. But this time, the power of his attack was much weaker than before. After the collision, Bai Wang's body trembled violently, but this time, he didn't even take half a step back. On the other hand, Tai Ta staggered back, leaving 2 deep footprints on the ground. "You can actually move freely in my spatial freezing. Buyer Wang let out a cry of surprise. His voice was filled with shock, but he didn't hesitate in the slightest as he chased after Tai Ta and attacked again. Mysteries of war, chasing stars and moon. Tai Ta growled. Just as Buyer Wang's saint weapon was about to reach him, his body suddenly disappeared and reappeared dozens of meters away. Even though Tai Ta dodged the attack, his left arm was still wounded by the saint weapon of the shoulder-equal king. A golden liquid immediately flowed out from the wound. What? Golden blood? Buyer Wang saw the golden blood flowing out from Tai Ta's wounds and immediately exclaimed. His face was filled with disbelief, as if he had discovered a new continent. How is this possible? How can his blood be golden? The group of saint rulers watching from afar also discovered Tai Ta's uniqueness and cried out in surprise. Tai Ta's expression suddenly changed. The giant axe in his hand suddenly disappeared. He immediately used another hand to tightly cover his wound, covering the golden blood that flowed out from the wound under his giant palm. His face was filled with anxiety. Chapter 944. The king stared at Tai Ta in a daze. He said, golden blood, golden blood. How can there be golden blood? Are you not a human? Who says I'm not a human? Aside from being taller than you, how am I not a human? Tai Ta panicked and hurriedly explained. This was what he worried about the most. He was afraid that others would say that he was not a human, but a monster, an outsider. At this moment, the space in the sky began to distort. A space gate rapidly formed and a middle-aged man in white robes walked out. Tearing open a space gate. That's the Holy Emperor's ability. Noticing the space gate in the sky, all the saint rulers' hearts skipped a beat. They could already guess the person's strength. Ming Dong rejoiced when he saw the middle-aged man. He immediately flew toward him and yelled out, Uncle Tian, you've finally appeared. The middle-aged man was the Grand Elder of Mercenary City, Tianjin. Several dozen experts immediately flew up from the crowd and steadily flew toward Tianjin. Without exception, they were all saint rulers from large clans on the continent. There were even a few experts who had reached the level of the Holy Emperor hidden among them. They stopped 50 meters away from Tianjin and clasped their hands at him. We greet the Grand Elder. The king also flew up from the ground and politely clasped his hands at Tianjin. He said, one of the 9 kings of the Farista Empire, greets the Grand Elder. The king glanced at Ming Dong from the corner of his eyes from time to time. An extremely cold light was hidden in the depths of his eyes. Great Elder? Could he be the Great Elder of Mercenary City? A few saint rulers who did not recognize Tianjin guessed his identity. They all clasped their hands and bowed to him politely. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite, Tianjin calmly said to everyone. Tianjin's expression was calm as he spoke to everyone. His eyes immediately looked towards Ming Dong. His calm eyes contained some doubting as he said, not bad, your strength has improved very quickly over the years. Your cultivation speed is so fast that even your Uncle Tian was far inferior to you when he was your age. Ignoring Ming Dong's excitement, Tianjin's gaze landed on Tai Ta. When he saw Tai Ta's golden blood, his eyes immediately narrowed, and he furrowed his brows. Golden blood, Tianjin muttered in a low voice. His eyes revealed a pondering expression. Immediately, he waved his hand. Immediately, an invisible force wrapped around Tai Ta and flew him up. Finally, it stood in front of Tianjin. Tai Ta, don't be afraid. This is my Uncle Tian. He won't hurt you, Ming Dong said. Tai Ta nodded as he stared at Sky Sword anxiously. His hand gripped his wound tightly. However, the golden blood had already seeped through the gaps between his fingers. It was so eye-catching. Tianjin stared at Tai Ta closely as he studied him. His brows were tightly furrowed as he became surprised and doubtful. Tai Ta, I never thought that you'd become so powerful. You can even kill saint rulers. Oh right, what kind of powerful battle skills are the mysteries of war you use? the void-piercing technique and the mortal breaker technique? Why haven't I heard you mention them before? When did you learn such powerful battle skills? They should be high-level heaven-tier battle skills at the very least, right? Ming Dong asked as he stared at Tai Ta curiously. He was filled with doubt as to how Tai Ta could use such powerful battle skills. Tai Ta shook his head in confusion when he heard that. He said in a muffled voice, "I don't know what's going on either. I suddenly learned them." "What? You suddenly learned them?" Ming Dong was stunned. Disbelief filled his face. "Mysteries of war, mysteries of war," Tian Jian murmured as he thought hard. He felt like he had seen this term somewhere before. Suddenly, Tian Jian seemed to think of something. His face drastically changed as he stared at Tai Ta in shock. Disbelief filled his eyes. Mysteries of war, golden blood, and the imprint of a battle axe between his eyebrows. Isn't that the ancient records of the war god of the 100 races, a Ruijin? Is he the war god of the 100 races? Tian Jian's heart churned. Even with his mental fortitude, he struggled to remain calm after discovering Tai Ta's secret identity. "Uncle Tian, what's wrong?" Ming Dong noticed Tian Jian's sudden change in expression and immediately asked out of curiosity. The parallel-shouldered king, the saint rulers who had been paying attention to Tian Jian, and a few holy emperor experts noticed Tian Jian's loss of composure as well. They all felt curious, wondering just what had happened to make the Grand Elder of Mercenary City act so abnormally. Even though they were extremely puzzled, no one dared to ask as fearlessly as Ming Dong. Tian Jian sucked in a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. At that moment, the way he looked at Tai Ta had undergone an overwhelming change. "Ming Dong, is this your friend?" Tian Jian asked Ming Dong. "Yeah. Uncle Tian, Tai Ta is one of my few friends, and he's Jianshan's friend as well," replied Ming Dong. Tian Jian let out a sigh of relief as he smiled happily. However, he soon sighed inside. "Sigh, the ancient winged tiger and the war god of the 100 races have appeared once again. The beast god continent and the 100 races have both given birth to supreme experts, and Poseidon of the sea realm is still alive. Just where are the supreme experts of my Tian Yuan continent?" At that moment, Tian Jian suddenly felt extremely uneasy. He was worried for the safety of the Tian Yuan continent. Out of the 4 great races of the world, 3 of them had given birth to supreme experts. Only the Tian Yuan continent had yet to produce one. If the same thing happened again in the ancient times, what power would the Tian Yuan continent have to contend against them? However, what made him feel slightly at ease was that both the winged tiger and the war god of the 100 races maintained good relations with Jianshan and Ming Dong. They had not become enemies. "I wonder how Jianshan is doing. He reached Saint Ruler in 20 years. His talent is the most outstanding on our Tian Yuan continent right now, and he knows the barrier spirit. Is he the future hope of our Tian Yuan continent?" Tian Jian thought of Jianshan with a second thought. He immediately felt eager. At this moment, Tian Jian's eyes suddenly narrowed. He said, "Tai Ta, go to Mercenary City first." With that, Tian Jian did not ask for Tai Ta's opinion. With a wave of his hand, a powerful force immediately wrapped around Tai Ta, forcefully dragging him into the space gate behind him and disappearing. The expression of the king changed slightly when he saw the person he had to kill, Tai Ta, being sent away by Tian Jian. However, he said nothing. "Uncle Tian, what are you doing?" Ming Dong looked at Tian Jian in confusion. As soon as Ming Dong finished speaking, the surrounding space began to distort violently. Afterwards, space gates appeared one after another. Experts of various ages walked out from the space gate. They were all from the 10 Protector clans. At that moment, the people of the 10 Protector clans gathered above Flame City. Although they were not the most powerful people in the clan, they were all supreme experts on par with the Holy Emperor. A space gate appeared beside Bai Jian as well. His father, Bai Yifei, walked out. Bai Yifei was rather pale and haggard. Back in the Sea Realm, he and the great elder of the Yuan sect had been injured by Jianshan's god's descent. Even now, they had yet to recover. Tianjian stared at the people of the Protector clans calmly and gently said, "I never thought that all the people of the Protector clans would come. Grand Elder, since Jianshan is Changyang Shoten and Changyang Shoten is a member of the Protector clans of Changyang Prefecture, the flame mercenaries he founded outside has already broken the rules set down by us Protector clans. As a result, they must be eliminated. We are dealing with the matters of our clans right now, so I hope that Mercenary City will not interfere with the matters of our Protector clans." A great elder of the Yuan sect clasped his hands at Tianjian. At this moment, another space gate appeared. Two old men with white hair and ruddy complexions walked out. They stepped through the air and arrived before Tianjian with a single step. They were the third and fourth elders of Mercenary City. "Grand Elder, our Mercenary City cannot interfere with the matters of the Tian Yuan continent. We cannot forget the rules set down by the City Lord all those years ago," said the third elder of Mercenary City. "Grand Elder, the rules set down by the City Lord all those years ago state that he can only appear to stop large-scale internal conflicts when our Tian Yuan continent is under threat and prevent our strength from weakening. However, a small conflict like this is not enough for us to interfere. At the same time, this is an internal matter of the Protector clans, so our Mercenary City cannot interfere," advised the fourth elder of Mercenary City. Ming Dong immediately became worried when he heard that. He said, "Uncle Tian, we spent several years of effort and painstaking effort to build this city. You can't let it be taken away by someone else." Tianjian gently sighed. After a moment of thought, he said, "Ming Dong, your Uncle Tian can't help you with this matter." Uncle Tian. Ming Dong refused to give up. He still wanted to plead. However, before he could say anything, Tianjian interrupted him. "All of this is because of Jianshan. Only Jianshan can change this situation. Once he has enough strength, he'll naturally take back the city. Ming Dong, follow me back to Mercenary City. Cultivate well there, and I will use the rest of my time to teach you." With that, Tianjian forcefully took Ming Dong away without even asking for his opinion. They returned to Mercenary City through a space gate. With Tianjian's departure, the third and fourth elders left as well. They did not stay for too long. "Kong come back with us." Changyang Zuyunshao looked at Changyang Zuyunkong. His voice was filled with helplessness. Changyang Zuyunkong had already returned to the city walls with Yu Yu and Bai Lian. Hearing that, Changyang Zuyunkong immediately became furious. He said, "Father, are you just going to watch the city your great-grandson spent so many years building be destroyed like this?" Kong when Jianshan was not a member of the Protector clan in the past, it had nothing to do with us no matter how powerful the organization he created was. However, since he's a member of the Protector clan now, he needs to follow the rules set down by the Protector clan. "I hope you can understand," Changyang Zuyunshao sighed. It was not that he did not want to protect the city that was completely forged from tungsten alloy, but with the rules, he could not do anything about it. This was because once the rules were broken, their Changyang prefecture would face pressure from the other 9 Protector clans. Chapter 945. Changyang Zuyunkong's face darkened. He looked back at Flame City, the first city completely forged from tungsten alloy on the Tian Yuan continent, as well as the over 100,000 members of the Flame Mercenaries. His eyes were filled with pain. The reason why he had been able to break through to Saint Ruler and return to the Tian Yuan continent was all because his great-grandson had risked his life to search for the ambergris grass in the sea of illusory stars. If it were not for the ambergris grass, it would have been impossible for him to return to the Tian Yuan continent from 3 Saint Island. He would probably have been forced to silently await the end of his life on 3 Saint Island. He would not have been able to break through to Saint Ruler. As a result, Changyang Zhu Yunkong felt deep gratitude toward his great-grandson. Yet now, his great-grandson's flame city had actually been taken away right before his very eyes. This made Changyang Zhu Yunkong feel extremely pained and uncomfortable. This was because the city was no ordinary city. Instead, it was forged from tungsten alloy, which was 10 times more valuable than purple coins. Its status on the Tianyuan continent was equivalent to the 7 capital cities. Kong come back with us. We can't interfere with the matters here, Changyang Zhu Yunkong gently said. Her emotions were extremely mixed. How could she not understand her son's pain? She was extremely grateful to Jianchen as well, because it was Jianchen who had reunited their family. However, the matter before them had exceeded the limits of their abilities. Yu Yu and Bai Lian, who stood beside Changyang Zhu Yunkong, were filled with deep sorrow. 2 clear streams of tears flowed uncontrollably from their eyes. The 2 of them knew that the fact that Flame City had been taken away could not be changed now. However, the city was Jianchen's property. It was a mission Jianchen had given them before he left. The 2 of them had spent several years of blood, sweat, and effort on the city. They had basically used up all the wealth Jianchen had left behind and mobilized over 100,000 people to construct it painstakingly. However, something so tragic had happened as soon as the city had been completed, so the 2 of them felt extremely pained. They were filled with an intense reluctance to resign themselves to this fate. They had sacrificed so much, but in the end it was all for someone else. This was unacceptable to them, and they couldn't accept it. Jianchen, I'm sorry. I failed to live up to your expectations. I couldn't protect Flame City, Yu Yu sobbed softly. Her heart was filled with grief and helplessness. Wang Yifeng, Little Fatty, Dugu Feng, Yunjing, Seniorin, and the experts of the Flame Mercenaries all gathered around Yu Yu and Bai Lian. All of them had gloomy expressions and were in low spirits. There was not the slightest bit of fighting spirit left on their faces. It was obvious that they already knew the fate of Raging Flame City. Changyang Zhu Yunkong hesitated for quite a while before letting out a long sigh in the end. He said, "All right, I'll leave, but I'll be taking everyone related to Jianchen with me." At that moment, Changyang Zhu Yunkong seemed to have aged significantly. This matter had been decided by the 10 protector clans. No one on the continent had the power to interfere. With a wave of his sleeve, Changyang Zhu Yunkong used his abilities as a saint ruler to sweep up Yu Yu and the others. He slowly flew up and stood beside Changyang Zhu Yunxiao. He then looked down and said, "Bai Hai Jetta Tai, come back to Changyang Prefecture with us first." Bai Hai and Jetta Tai hesitated slightly before flying up as well. They planned on leaving with Changyang Zhu Yunkong because the 2 of them could vaguely guess that the people of the Extinguishing Alliance would never let them go if they stayed. Seeing how all the important people around Jianchen had been taken away by Changyang Zhu Yunkong, the king's face immediately became ugly. He yelled out, "Hold on! Changyang Zhu Yunkong, you're a part of Changyang Prefecture, so you can obviously leave. However, they're not part of the protector clans, so they can't leave." In his heart, he had already given the order to kill everyone around Jianchen. He did not want to let a single one of them go, so how could he let them leave so easily? This was because only by doing so could he make Jianchen suffer for the rest of his life and vent his anger. Changyang Zhu Yunkong's face sank and a cold light immediately flickered through his eyes. However, before he could say anything, Changyang Zhu Yunxiao's voice rang out, "Since when did you have the right to tell me who I want to take away from Changyang Prefecture? If you dare to spout any more nonsense, don't blame me for bullying you." Changyang Zhu Yunxiao's eyes were sharp as he spoke with an extremely stern voice. He was unable to hide his anger. As a great elder of the protector Changyang clan, Changyang Zhu Yunxiao had heard about this matter even though he lived in Lore City. He knew that everything that had happened today was because of Liubi Wang and his son. As a result, his hatred for Bai Hai and his son was extremely intense. Bai Hai immediately shut his mouth when he heard Changyang Zhu Yunxiao's rebuke. He did not dare to say another word. Although Bai Hai was conceited and had the support of the Holy Emperor, he did not dare to directly challenge the dignity of a great elder of a protector clan. Bai Hai fell silent. He clenched and unclenched his fists before clenching them again. He was filled with reluctance. Yu Yu and the other important people had been taken away. His plan to take revenge on Jianchen would not be able to be completed successfully, which made him extremely reluctant. Yu Yu looked at the city below with tears in her eyes and said, "Since you want this city, you can have it." The flame mercenaries surrender. Now, the flame mercenaries could only surrender. Any resistance was futile before the extinguishing alliance's army of several million and over 20 saint rulers. Surrender? Do you think it's that easy? Kill everyone from the extinguishing alliance. Don't leave a single one alive, Bai Hai ordered with bloodshot eyes. His face was extremely vicious. Immediately, cries rang out once again. The army of the extinguishing alliance immediately surged toward Flame City like a flood. Sigh. The Holy Emperor from the Pure Heart Pavilion gently sighed. He gently extended a finger, and the energy in the surroundings immediately began to surge, condensing into a wall that was several hundred meters tall and several kilometers long. It blocked the army of the extinguishing alliance, preventing them from approaching the city. Since the flame mercenaries have already surrendered, why do you have to kill them all? It's not like they've committed any unforgivable crimes. All of you stop, the expert from the Pure Heart Pavilion gently said. His voice rang out in everyone's ears. His voice was filled with peace, and it actually calmed down the violent and bloodthirsty emotions in the hearts of the people below. The army of mercenaries from the Extinguishing Flame Alliance stopped. After a moment of hesitation, they all returned. Everyone knew that since the people from the 10 great protector clans had spoken, even their commanders could only obediently obey. They did not dare to disobey. God damn it, bastard! Hasn't your Pure Heart Pavilion never interfered with the matters of the outside world? Why are you meddling in other people's business? Bai Hai constantly cursed inside, but he did not dare to say it out loud. Even if he was 100 times more courageous, he would not dare to curse the Holy Emperor of the Pure Heart Pavilion right in front of him. In the end, Changyang Zhu Yunxiao left through a space gate with the group of people. They did not return to the protector clans. Instead, they returned to the Changyang Prefecture in Lore City. The members of the Flame Mercenaries all left the city in low spirit. A portion of them stayed behind, preparing to travel 100,000 kilometers to the kingdom of Jessen, while a portion of them left the Flame Mercenaries and went their separate ways. The Flame Mercenaries had suffered a heavy blow after what had happened. Although they did not disband, they were nowhere near as powerful as before. Flame City had been taken over by the Extinguishing Alliance and had been renamed Extinguishing Flame City. It had become a famous city on the continent that could rival the 7 great capital cities. Although Bai Hai had destroyed the Flame Mercenaries, he was not happy at all. This was because he had not managed to kill a single important member of Jianchen's side. They had either been taken away by the Grand Elder of Mercenary City or by the people of Changyang Prefecture. Very soon, the matter of Flame City spread across the entire continent like wildfire, causing a great uproar. Although the Flame Mercenaries had been defeated in the end, their reputation was extremely great, far greater than that of the Extinguishing Alliance in Extinguishing Flame City. This was because the Flame Mercenaries were the first mercenary group on the continent that could draw out the protector clans. Just this point alone was enough to shake up the entire continent. In a quiet valley near the border of the Cross Mountains, an old man in simple robes sat on a bed with his eyes closed. He seemed like an old monk meditating. Suddenly, the old man slowly opened his eyes. He gently sighed. It's good that they've been robbed. It's good that they've been robbed. After this matter, I think little Fatty will understand the importance of strength even more clearly. If you want to protect your home and family on the Tian Yuan continent, you need to possess great strength. Strength so great that no one dares to provoke you. Jianshan is already in the sea realm. I wonder what his strength is like now. He still needs to deal with the matters of Flame City himself. I hope the day when he possesses the strength to fend off the Protector clans won't be too long. I've almost run out of vegetables again. I need to plant some more, the old man murmured. The old man muttered in a low voice. He picked up the hoe in the corner and walked out of the door. In the blink of an eye, 4 years passed. A fist-sized golden tower hovered in the air within the divine hall of the 8 wastelands in the sea realm. Jianshan sat in the center of the huge hall within the artifact space. The sword spirits appeared above his head, constantly refining monster cores and god-tier crystals into the purest energy and channeling it into Jianshan's body. The mountain of high-class monster cores and god-tier crystals around Jianshan had all vanished. They had been refined into pure energy, becoming powerful chaotic force. Jianshan's chaotic Niden slowly revolved in his dantian. Strands of hazy chaotic force revolved around it. The chaotic Niden had already become the size of an adult's fist. When the last monster core was refined, Jianshan finally opened his eyes slowly. Uncontainable joy filled his face as he murmured, "I'm just one step away from reaching the 3rd layer of the chaotic body." With that, Jianshan waved his hand and a 10-meter-wide god-tier crystal flew out of his space ring. It landed heavily in the spacious hall and produced a heavy thud. The crystal was the throne that Jianshan had obtained on the 1st floor of the hall. Jianshan leapt onto the throne with great agility. He sat down and continued to refine the crystal. P.S. The 1st chapter is here. The 2nd chapter will come a little later. I recommend 2 more books, The World King and The Dragonblood War God. Extra. 12, December 11th, 2012 to December 13th, 2012. During this period of time, if you use online banking, Alipay, and Alipay to top up, you'll get a 20% discount on all purchases above 30 yuan, including 30 yuan. Note that it's 20% discount, not 20% starting. The more you top up, the more you earn. You only need 80 yuan to top up with 100 yuan face value. Now is not the time to lose. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Warm reminder, after topping up, you'll get a refund. For example, if you top up with 30 yuan, you'll get 3,600 kilobytes. The 600 kilobytes will be sent to your account half an hour after topping up. Chapter 946. The huge throne forged from god-tier crystal rapidly shrank. Under the refinement of the sword spirits and Jianshan, it turned into extremely pure energy that entered Jianshan's body. In the end, it was assimilated by Jianshan's chaotic force, becoming a part of it. Now that Jianshan's chaotic body had begun to take shape, he could refine it into chaotic force as long as he had enough energy. The existence of the sword spirits assisted him in refining the energy even faster. As the chaotic force rapidly increased, the chaotic Niden in Jianshan's dantian rapidly swelled as well. It reached its limit very soon. Boom! Suddenly, a violent rumble rang out from Jianshan's dantian. It was extremely loud, where it could even be heard from the outside. The chaotic Niden in his dantian had shattered, turning into a large mass of chaotic force that rapidly rampaged through his body. Under the support of the chaotic force, Jianshan's body seemed to become an inflating balloon. It began to expand at a visible rate, becoming a 10-meter-tall giant very soon. Chaotic force rampaged wildly within his body. It was like an overflowing flood rapidly surging through his body. Jianshan frowned slightly. The intense pain that he had not felt in a very long time assaulted his soul once again, mercilessly destroying his nerve. Jianshan had already experienced the breakthrough of the chaotic body once, so he was very familiar with it. He immediately began to use the method recorded in the Azulite Sword Law to control the circulation of chaotic force in his body. Gradually, the chaotic force in Jianshan's body rapidly became purer, while its quantity rapidly decreased at an unbelievable rate. At this moment, the chaotic force was undergoing its third metamorphosis, changing from quantity to quality. As the chaotic force rapidly strengthened, the balance between the chaotic force and the chaotic body was gradually broken. The chaotic body was immediately damaged as heart-wrenching pain filled every inch of his body, causing Jianshan to spasm uncontrollably. Jianshan gritted his teeth. Not only did the chaotic force not slow down, it even sped up. He endured the increasing pain without making a single sound. The sword spirits did not stop either. They continued to refine the huge throne, providing enough energy for Jianshan's chaotic force to evolve. Jianshan's chaotic force rapidly decreased as his body slowly shrank. He returned to his normal size very soon, but he was now covered in blood. It was blood that had been squeezed out of his pores. Every single drop of blood pulsed with powerful energy, enough to easily kill an Earth Saint Master. Jianshan's chaotic body was constantly being destroyed and repaired. Every time it was repaired, some strengthened chaotic force would fuse into his body. Not only was his chaotic force increasing, but his chaotic body was rapidly strengthening as well. The metamorphosis of the chaotic force and chaotic body lasted for half a month before coming to an end. Only then did the chaotic force within Jianshan's body calm down. The surging chaotic force had vanished, and a thumb-sized chaotic Niden hovered in his dantian. Strands of powerful chaotic force slowly revolved around it. Jianshan's clothes had already been reduced to dust. He sat naked on the throne that had shrunk to half its original size. The blood on his body had vanished, returning to Jianshan's body through his pores. Jianshan slowly opened his eyes and suddenly stood up from the throne. Immediately, a tremendous presence radiated from his body, wreaking havoc in the hall like a hurricane, causing it to constantly tremble. At that moment, Jianshan seemed like a primordial beast that had awakened from its slumber. The presence that radiated from him was enough to make the world tremble. Congratulations on reaching the third layer of the chaotic body, Master. The sword spirits congratulated Jianshan at the same time. Jianshan clenched his fist. He could not help but smile as he sensed the chaotic force within him that had become much more powerful. The Holy Emperor's third heavenly layer. The third layer of the chaotic body has actually allowed me to go from the seventh heavenly layer to the Holy Emperor's third heavenly layer, directly skipping the eighth heavenly layer, the ninth heavenly layer, the Holy Emperor's first heavenly layer, and the Holy Emperor's second heavenly layer, Jianshan murmured to himself. His voice was filled with uncontainable excitement. With a flip of his hand, Jianshan's saint armament appeared. Surging chaotic force poured into the weapon, immediately causing it to shine with a dazzling black light. A destructive presence filled the hall, causing it to constantly tremble. The Holy Emperor's fifth heavenly layer. Now that I've used the saint armament, it's only increased my battle prowess by 2 heavenly layers, Jianshan murmured to himself. Some dissatisfaction appeared on his face. When he was at the 7th heavenly layer, he could unleash the battle prowess of the Holy Emperor's 3rd heavenly layer when he used the saint armament, which was an increase of 5 whole levels. Now that he had reached the 3rd heavenly layer, the saint armament was only able to increase his battle prowess by 2 whole levels. It had been halved. The greater the strength, the greater the difference between each level. Perhaps that's exactly why my battle prowess has increased by 2 whole levels. I just wonder what level my strength will reach if I use the saint armament, Jianshan murmured to himself. He quickly dismissed his thoughts and took out a new set of clothes from his space ring. Afterward, he left the hall where he had been in seclusion for several years. Jianshan did not pay any attention to the throne that had shrunk to 5 meters. He planned on refining it into chaotic force in the future. Right now, he needed to immediately search for the saint armament and stop Tisniak from controlling the divine hall of the 8 wastelands. As soon as he left the hall, Jianshan saw newbies with a single glance. Newbie's strength had increased by a lot during the past few years of seclusion. He had completely refined the essence of the old snake. Not only had he reached the Holy Emperor's level, but he had also reached the second heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. Newbie's eyes narrowed when he saw Jianshan. He cried out, "Jianshan, what level of cultivation have you reached now? I can't see through you, and I can actually feel pressure from you. Heavens, has your strength surpassed mine in just 5 short years? I've reached the third heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor's level of strength now," Jianshan smiled. "What? The third heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor? How is that possible? In just 5 short years, you've gone from the 7th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor to the 3rd heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. That's just unbelievable." Newbies stared at Jianshan in shock. Disbelief flooded his face. He struggled to accept Jianshan's rapid increase in strength. In the past few years, Newbies had completely relied on the essence of the old snake, which was why his strength had increased so quickly. However, Jianshan had actually surpassed him through his own cultivation. This had an extremely great impact on him. "Jianshan, you're only 30 right now, aren't you? A 30-year-old Holy Emperor. If news of this spreads, it'll cause a great uproar whether it's the Sea Realm or the Tianyuan continent," Newbies sighed emotionally. The Tianyuan continent. Jianshan immediately became absent-minded when he heard the Tianyuan continent. Reminiscence filled his eyes, but he returned to his senses very soon. Determination filled his eyes once again, and he said, "Newbies, let's go. We can't give Tesniak too much time." Jianshan and Newbies left the artifact space and reappeared on the 9th floor. Amagami continued to hover nearby, glowing with a faint red light. The Saint artifact turned into a golden streak of light and disappeared into Jianshan's forehead. Jianshan glanced at Amagami nearby, but he did not pay too much attention to her. He was trapped in the Divine Hall right now, so whether or not he could make it out was a problem. He was in no mood to think about anything else. Newbies glanced at the core of the Divine Hall on the ceiling and said, "Looks like the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands isn't that easy to control. Tesniak still hasn't gained complete control over the 8 Wastelands. Jianshan, should we try and see if we can get through the door of the core right now? Our strength may have increased, but it's nowhere near enough to get through the door of the core. Our priority is to find the Emperor armament. With the Emperor armament in hand, I'll be able to unleash even more strength. At that time, we'll have a greater chance of getting through the door of the core," Jianshan said with a heavy voice. He was extremely stern. "All right then. Let's go find the Emperor's body," said Newbies. Jianshan and Newbies immediately left the 9th floor and made their way to the 8th. The two of them constantly observed their surroundings along the way, searching for possible traces of the Emperor armament. Very soon, the two of them returned to the 8th floor. The formation on the 8th floor had already vanished, but the 9 blood-red pillars still stood there. Just as they set foot on the 8th floor, the 9 pillars immediately began to glow with a surging red light. The formation had been activated once again. However, this time, Jianshan and Newbies remained the same as before. Jianshan flipped his hand and the Saint armament immediately appeared. He directly swung it and a powerful sword chi shot toward one of the pillars with a devastating presence. Boom! The blood-red pillar loudly shattered. With the destruction of one of the pillars, the formation was immediately destroyed. The blood-red light in the sky slowly began to disperse. Before the formation had been completely formed, it had been destroyed by Jianshan's strike. Jianshan put away the Saint armament and glanced around. He frowned slightly and murmured, "I actually can't find any traces of the Emperor armament. Where did it go? We've searched from the 9th floor to the 8th floor, but we haven't found any traces at all. Has the Emperor armament disappeared?" Newbies frowned slightly and asked himself in confusion. Jianshan pondered for a while before looking at the tunnel to the 7th floor. He said, "Let's head down. The Emperor armament should be extremely familiar with this palace. I think it must have used some method we don't know about to leave and run outside. Chapter 947. Jianchen and newbies continued down, but the path to the 7th floor had already been blocked by an extremely tough stone door. The material of the door was the same as the one on the 2nd floor. It took several dozen 9th heavenly layer saint rulers and over 20 people to use Tian level saint techniques to break through. I wonder if I can break through this door with my current strength, Jianchen murmured. Afterwards, he took out the saint armament from his space ring. Chaotic force surged from his body into the saint armament, and immediately, the saint armament shone with a black light. Its destructive presence filled the entire hall. Newbies' face changed slightly. He could not help but take a few steps back. He was secretly surprised. Jianchen was already more powerful than him even without the saint weapon. Now that he had used it, he actually felt a tremendous pressure from the presence he gave off. The current Jianchen actually gave newbies a feeling that he was undefeatable. In just a few short years, Jianchen's strength has already reached such a level. With his rate of improvement, he'll probably become a holy emperor in less than 100 years, or even just a few decades, newbies thought. Jianchen's gaze sharpened. He fused with his sword as he stabbed the saint weapon at the center of the stone door with a lightning-like speed. Boom! With a loud boom, a violent shock wave of energy immediately spread out in all directions. The shock wave struck the walls of the palace and caused the palace to tremble slightly. Jianchen's attack was equivalent to the attack of a 5th heavenly layer Saint King, but it failed to smash through the stone door in a single stroke. The tip of the saint weapon had already stabbed into the stone door, causing tiny cracks to appear around it. They spread across the entire door. Jianchen forcefully pulled the saint weapon out of the stone door and struck the stone door with a tremendous amount of power. The stone door began to gently tremble. The cracks became denser and denser, thicker and thicker. Afterward, Jianchen's 3rd, 4th, and 5th strikes followed closely behind. After 5 powerful attacks, he finally broke through the stone door. The tough stone door had already been reduced to rubble that shot into the air. Jianchen stood there with his sword sheathed. He could not help but faintly smile. If he had come across this stone door a few years ago, it would have been impossible for him to get through it. Even if he worked together with several dozen 9th heavenly layer saint rulers and over 20 people using their heaven-level battle movement techniques, it would still take them a very long time to get through it. But now, he only needed 5 strikes to get through the stone door easily. He was extremely satisfied with his current strength. Jianchen and newbies made their way down to the 7th floor. Several years ago, they would have to be on tenterhooks with every step they took, but now they could move freely. They did not fear any of the formations hidden in the surroundings because they could no longer trap the two of them. They could not even stop them from advancing. Jianchen only needed a single strike to get through them. Jianchen and newbies made their way down from the 9th floor. They searched for traces of emperor armaments everywhere and arrived on the 1st floor very soon. They directly made their way out through the main door. The barrier within the palace was still in place, enveloping the entire palace. Outside lay the corpses of some sea-race powerhouses. Their bodies had almost dried up long ago. As for the mountain of murderers' corpses, they had all disappeared. Jianchen and newbies worked together to break through the barrier. They created a crack and made their way out. Boom, 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 boom. As soon as the two of them emerged from the barrier, a heavy sound rang out from up ahead, accompanied by a powerful pulse of energy. Jianchen and newbies' eyes immediately lit up. They had already guessed that the disturbance must have been caused by the Emperor armament. It was still constantly attacking the main door of the Divine Hall. It really is like that. The Emperor armament really has made its way outside. Jianchen's eyes burned with desire as he immediately flew in the direction of the sound. Since the palace was enveloped by the barrier, it had the ability to block out sound. As a result, Jianchen and newbies did not notice the disturbance outside when they were in the palace. Only now that they had emerged from the barrier did they hear the great disturbance caused by the Emperor armament. Jianchen and Nubis both flew through the divine hall as quickly as they could. As they rapidly drew closer, several loud beast roars gradually rang out in their ears. Very soon, Jianchen and Nubis arrived at the main door of the divine hall. They saw the 30-meter-long Emperor armament hovering several dozen meters in the air, constantly attacking the door. Below, several beasts at the 5th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor furiously roared out. They constantly opened their mouths to bite at the Emperor armament, but they were all dodged by the artifact spirit. They did not touch the Emperor armament at all. Not a single one of them. The beasts were covered in vicious wounds. Their blood had already dyed them red. Clearly, they had been injured by the Emperor armament. Emperor armament, I've finally found you! Jianchen was ravished with joy. Chaotic force circulated within him, covering his entire body. He pushed the defenses of the chaotic body to the limit before using the illusory flash. He turned into a blur as he shot toward the Emperor armament. The Emperor armament had clearly noticed Jianchen as well. It immediately stopped attacking the door and turned the tip of its sword. It turned into a blur and actually fled into the distance with lightning-like speed. In the end, it broke through the barrier around the palace and disappeared into it. Where do you think you're going? Jianchen bellowed out. He turned into a blur and immediately chased after the Emperor armament. He crossed several kilometers in the blink of an eye and widened the crack in the barrier that was about to close with the Emperor armament. Afterward, he entered the barrier as well, vanishing from the palace. Jianchen pursued the Emperor armament all the way from the 1st floor to the 9th. As soon as he reached the 9th floor, the Emperor armament nimbly dodged Jianchen's claws before charging back to the 1st floor, breaking through the barrier and returning to the divine hall. Jianchen shot out from the crack in the barrier with lightning-like speed. Afterward, a golden streak of light shot out from his forehead and landed in his hand. He had already taken out the Saint artifact. Jianchen tossed the Saint artifact into the air and said, "Artifact spirit, hide here. Once the Emperor armament flies out, immediately find a way to store it in the space." With that, Jianchen ignored the Saint artifact and continued his pursuit. The Saint artifact hovered in the air as its golden light gradually vanished. It rapidly shrank as well, turning into a thumb-sized tower in the end. It landed on the ground, using a corpse as cover. Jianchen chased after the Emperor armament as he fled through the divine hall. Due to the illusory flash, he left behind a long blur. The powerful Class 8 feral beasts chased after him relentlessly as they constantly roared out. When the Emperor armament flew back into the palace, the Saint artifact hidden in the darkness finally took action. The golden tower became several dozen meters tall in a single moment as it shone with a dazzling golden light. A door suddenly appeared in the path that the Emperor armament had to pass through. It wanted to wait for the Emperor armament to enter by itself. However, things did not go as it wished. At this critical moment, the Emperor armament came to a halt. It had actually forcefully stopped and did not enter the artifact space. Clearly, it had not forgotten what had happened a few years ago. However, this delay allowed Jianchen to finally catch up to the Emperor armament. His hand was already wrapped in a layer of dense chaotic force as he tightly gripped the thick hilt of the Emperor armament. The Emperor armament began to violently tremble as it produced a clear thrum. A powerful sword chi shot out, enveloping Jianchen as it constantly attacked Jianchen with its sword chi. Jianchen's clothes were reduced to tatters in a single moment. White marks appeared on his body, all caused by the Emperor armament's sword chi. The third layer of the chaotic body allowed Jianchen's body to be tough enough to fend off the attacks of the Holy Emperor at the third heavenly layer. Although the Emperor armament was powerful, it was very difficult for it to harm Jianchen when no one was controlling it. Jianchen bellowed out as he poured his chaotic force into the Emperor armament. With the influx of chaotic force, the Emperor armament was gradually suppressed. The sword chi from the sword rapidly weakened before completely vanishing in the end. The Emperor armament's light became dimmer and dimmer, gradually being replaced by a destructive, black light. The Emperor armament fell completely silent, completely under Jianshan's control. At the same time, Jianshan sensed the existence of a soul within the Emperor armament. The soul was extremely weak, as if it had fallen into a deep slumber. The reason why the Emperor armament is so intelligent is probably because of this strand of soul. It should be the human Saint Emperor who left behind the Emperor armament, Jianshan thought. Jianshan came to a realization. At the same time, he understood that the Emperor armament's actions before were all instincts of the soul. It was an instinctive reaction to avoid danger. It was not purposeful. Turn small for me. Jianshan bellowed out. The 30-meter-long Emperor armament rapidly shrank, turning into a 4-meter-long and 2-finger-wide sword in the blink of an eye. It radiated with a great pressure. Jianshan, you've finally gained control of the Emperor armament. Newbies ran over from afar and excitedly said. With the assistance of the Emperor armament, their chances of getting through the central hub had increased. Jianshan was overjoyed as well. With a wave of his hand, a shocking sword chi immediately shot out, shooting toward the barrier with lightning-like speed. The sword chi collided with the barrier and silently melted a huge hole in it. The sword chi then continued toward the hall without slowing down at all. Boom! With a violent rumble, the entire hall began to violently tremble. It was not just the hall, even the divine hall was greatly affected. It began to gently sway. The Emperor armament actually has an innate resistance to barriers. The defenses of barriers will be greatly weakened before the Emperor armament. Jianshan was surprised before ravishing with joy. Heavens, Jianshan, your attack has reached the 6th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor at the very least, or even the 7th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. Newbies was filled with shock. Chapter 948. Jianshan was unable to contain his excitement as he stared at the trembling hall. He knew extremely well that his attack with the Emperor armament was equivalent to the Holy Emperor's 6th heavenly layer at the very least, or even the Holy Emperor's 7th heavenly layer. And this was only the result of a casual attack from Jianshan. If he used his full strength, the attack would be much more powerful. Roar! Loud beast roars rang out from behind. A few large, vicious beasts aggressively charged toward them. Jianshan gripped the Emperor armament tightly in his right hand. He glanced back at the vicious beasts and said, "Let's hurry up and stop this Nike. Let's not waste any more time here." Yes, we can't waste any more time. Another 2 hours of delay might give Tiznike the chance to take full control of the church, Newbies said with a heavy voice. Jianshan and Newbies left together and continued toward the hall. They returned to the 9th floor very soon. The central door that controlled the divine hall remained the same as it had been a few years ago. It had completely fused with the ceiling, so it was very difficult to discover its existence with the naked eye. Jianshan and Newbies arrived below the central door. They both sternly stared at it. The Emperor armament in Jianshan's hand erupted with a black light once again. Chaotic force began to surge into the Emperor armament, charging up for his most powerful attack. Immediately, a huge pressure enveloped the entire hall. At that moment, the air in the hall seemed to freeze. The space around Jianshan distorted, causing him to become blurry. If something like this happened on the Tianyuan continent, the space there probably would have shattered from the tremendous pressure long ago. A dense layer of golden light surged from Newbies like a roaring fire. Tremendous pulses of energy radiated from Newbies, causing the surrounding space to gently tremble. At that moment, Newbies had completely unleashed his strength as a 2nd heavenly layer Holy Emperor. With his body as a beast, the powerful attacks he unleashed were far greater than his actual strength. The battle prowess he displayed was no weaker than a 3rd heavenly layer Holy Emperor. "Do it!" Jianshan immediately called out when he saw that Newbies had finished charging up. He swung the Emperor armament in his hand toward the ceiling with lightning-like speed. Immediately, an extremely huge strand of sword chi radiating with a devastating presence shot towards the central hub as a streak of black light. It struck the central hub heavily. At the same time, Newbies moved as well. He suddenly swung his hands and a tremendous amount of energy immediately surged out from his body, forming a golden serpent that shot toward the central door. Quick! Boom! Jianshan and Newbies' full-powered attacks struck the door at the same time, immediately erupting with a deafening boom. Violent ripples of energy wreaked havoc in all directions, striking the walls of the hall with rumbling sounds. The entire palace shook violently as if there was an earthquake. On the 9th floor of the palace, the countless pieces of decorations left behind from tens of thousands of years ago were reduced to dust. After a long time, when the violent energy waves that were wreaking havoc in the hall slowly calmed down, an extremely small crack could be seen on the central door on the ceiling. Although they had failed to break through the door in a single strike, Jianshan and Newbies both smiled. Fantastic! The defenses of the central door really aren't as great as the Divine Hall. It's not only the Holy Emperor who can break through it. If we do it a few more times, we'll definitely be able to break through it, Jianshan said with some excitement. Let's continue, said Newbies. Energy surged out of his body once again. Ha 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 ha, what a pity, what a pity. You're too late. At this moment, a great laugh rang out from within the hall. It was impossible to tell where the voice came from. It's Tiznike. Has he already gained control of the Divine Hall? Jianshan's face changed slightly, and he immediately became stern. Newbies' face became ugly as well. He said with a heavy voice, "This is bad. Tiznike has gained control of the Divine Hall, so he can use its power against us. The power of the Divine Hall is on the same level as the Holy Emperor, so even if our strength has increased, we're nowhere close to being able to contend against the Holy Emperor." Ha 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 ha, I really never thought that you would still be alive. Ruler of the Turtle Clan, you haven't been possessed by the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands. But that's fine too. Compared to the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands, you're much easier to deal with. Tiznike's voice rang out again. His voice rang out from all directions once more. Shortly after, the central door on the ceiling suddenly opened, and he slowly descended from within. Energy visible to the naked eye coiled around his body. The energy radiated with a tremendous presence. It was so powerful that even Jianshan's face changed. This was the power of the Divine Hall, an existence on the same level as the Holy Emperor. Jianshan and Newbies retreated rapidly, pulling far away from Tiznike. The two of them could see the layer of power around Tiznike. Tiznike would not be so easy to harm with the protection of the Divine Hall. Tiznike hovered 3 meters above the ground. His face was filled with arrogance while his gaze toward Jianshan and Newbies was filled with disdain. At that moment, he seemed like a supreme king who looked down on the world. Ruler of the Turtle Clan, Newbies, I originally didn't want to kill you, but you actually tried to break through the door to the center of the hall to stop me from controlling it. You can't blame me for what happens then, Tiznike sneered. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He waved his hand and a strand of the Divine Hall's power condensed. It shot toward Jianshan and Newbies with a powerful pulse of energy that caused the surrounding space to tremble. With a flash, Newbies dodged the attack while Jianshan swung the Emperor armament in his hand. He used his full strength to forcefully block the attack. He wanted to see just how powerful the Divine Hall was. With a boom, the Emperor armament collided with the Divine Hall's power. Jianshan immediately felt an extremely powerful force strike him viciously, sending him flying. He slammed into the wall of the 9th floor, causing the entire place to gently tremble. A grunt rang out from Jianshan's throat. His organs were immediately shaken up from the strike, but most of the power from the Divine Hall had been weakened by his strike. Coupled with the toughness of his chaotic body, he did not suffer any major injuries from the forceful strike. How is this possible? You're actually not injured. Tiznike stared at Jianshan with widened eyes. Disbelief filled his eyes. Chapter 949. Tesnik's expression changed slightly when he heard Jianshan's words, but a cold light flashed through his eyes. He laughed aloud. Ruler of the Turtle Clan, you're quite knowledgeable. You've actually seen through the secret that I haven't fully grasped the Divine Hall. That's right, it's just as you said. I still haven't fully grasped the 8 Wastelands Divine Hall, so I can only use a portion of its power. Although it's nowhere close to the power of an emperor, it's definitely not something you can contend against. Although the sliver of power from before failed to heavily injure you, it was enough to force you to block it with all your strength. I just wonder how much you can endure. With that, Tesnik suddenly pushed his hand forward. Immediately, several strands of the Divine Hall's power shot toward Jianshan with devastating might. Jianshan was stern. Blocking a strand of the Divine Hall's power before was already his limit. Now that he was facing several powerful Divine Halls, it was definitely not something he could contend against, even with the help of the Emperor armament. Jianshan's current strength was only at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor with the Emperor armament, while the Divine Hall's power was at the 8th or even 9th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor at the very least. It had already exceeded the limits of what Jianshan could handle. With a thought, a golden streak of light immediately shot out from Jianshan's forehead. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a golden pagoda before him. The pagoda rapidly expanded, turning into a golden pagoda that stood in front of Jianshan in a single moment. Boom! The Divine Hall's power struck the golden pagoda, erupting with a deafening boom. Violent ripples of energy wreaked havoc in the hall, kicking up a storm of energy. The golden pagoda didn't even shake after withstanding the attacks of the Divine Palace's power. These attacks, which were comparable to the power of the Holy Emperor's 9 levels of heaven, couldn't even leave a mark on the divine artifact. Jianshan hid behind the sacred artifact and slapped it with his left hand. The 30-meter-tall sacred artifact was sent flying towards Tesnik by Jianshan's palm power. Jianshan gripped the Emperor armament in his right hand tightly as he stuck close to the Saint artifact. He used the Saint artifact as a cover as he rapidly approached Tisnike. Humph, I want to see how many of my attacks your golden divine pagoda can block. This Nike sneered. Controlling a portion of the Divine Hall's power gave him the strength to be fearless against 16th star Poseidon warriors. With his confidence inflated, he did not take Jianshan seriously at all. This Nike suddenly swung his arms and immediately, countless strands of power shot toward the Emperor armament as finger-sized strands of sword chi. Every single strand of power was equally powerful. Violent booms constantly rang out as the Divine Hall's power constantly struck the Saint artifact. The violent ripples of energy formed a terrifying shockwave that forcefully stopped the Saint artifact's advance. It stopped 30 meters away from this Nike, unable to advance any further. Suddenly, the Saint artifact shone with a bright, golden light, enveloping a radius of 100 meters. The area enveloped by the golden light had basically become the Saint artifact's domain. The Saint artifact could take anyone in or out of the artifact's space as it wished, provided that the person did not resist at all. In the next moment, a violent energy filled with a destructive presence suddenly appeared behind Tisnik. The Emperor armament shone with a black light as it stabbed toward Tisnik with unbelievable speed. Although this Nike controlled a portion of the Divine Hall's power, his personal strength remained at the 9th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler. He was unable to react to Jianshan's sudden attack at all. The Emperor armament struck Tisnike, but it was blocked by the power of the Divine Hall around him. The power protecting this Nike immediately began to pulse violently after taking on the Emperor armament's attack, but it stabilized very soon. Jianshan's arm suddenly trembled as he used the swift sword. The Emperor armament had already turned into a blur in Jianshan's hand, stabbing toward the layer of power around this Nike at an indiscernible speed. Jianshan struck out with unbelievable speed. In just a single moment, he had stabbed out several dozen times. Every single strike was at the peak of the 7th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor, and they all struck the same spot. Although the power of the temple protecting Tizniki was very strong, it couldn't withstand such a fierce attack. In the end, a small hole was opened in it. Jianshan's eyes lit up. Powerful killing intent radiated from him without any disguise at all. He immediately controlled the Emperor armament and pierced through the Divine Hall's defenses, stabbing into Thisnike's body mercilessly. Spurt! The Emperor armament emerged from Thisnike's chest. Droplets of blood constantly dripped from the tip of the sword as powerful chaotic force surged out of the Emperor armament, wreaking havoc in Thisnike's body. Arg! Thisnike uncontrollably cried out. The chaotic force that had entered his body was extremely powerful. Only the 3rd layer of the chaotic body could endure it, so it was impossible for Thisnike's fragile body to endure the destruction of the chaotic body. Wherever the chaotic force passed by, his flesh would explode with a heavy sound as blood splattered in all directions. Ruler of the Turtle Clan, even if I have to die here, I will drag you down with me, Thisnike cried out in despair. Determination filled his eyes. He wanted to use the sliver of Emperor's power within him to take down Jianshan with him. Jianshan could tell what Thisnike was thinking. His eyes immediately turned cold, and his left hand struck Thisnike's head with lightning-like speed. The heavy force directly shattered Thisnike's head, wiping out his soul. With Thisnike's death, the Divine Hall lost control and began to slowly disperse. Swish! The 30-meter-long Saint artifact shrank back to the size of a fist. It shot into Jianshan's forehead as a golden streak of light, entering Jianshan's sea of consciousness. Nubis walked over from afar. He could not help but exhale deeply when he saw the withered Thisnike on the ground. He said, "That bastard is finally dead." He controlled the Divine Hall's power earlier and was actually able to unleash an attack at the 8th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. I gave him a fright, but he still wasn't your opponent in the end, Jianshan. Nubis finally relaxed. Jianshan secretly sighed in relief as he stared at Thisnike's corpse with mixed feelings. He returned the Emperor armament to his space ring before slowly making his way to Thisnike's corpse. He crouched down and gently placed his hand on Thisnike's chest. An extremely powerful pulse of energy pulsed from Thisnike's chest. Jianshan then sucked out a thumb-sized strand of pure energy. It was Emperor's power. Jianshan carefully sucked in the strand of Emperor's power. He was extremely stern. He knew extremely well that this was true Emperor's power. It was much more powerful than the Divine Hall Thisnike controlled. Jianshan, do you plan on keeping this Emperor's power with you? Nubis stared at Jianshan in surprise. Jianshan nodded, correct, that's exactly what I was thinking. This Emperor's power is extremely powerful. Although it's only a single strike, it's enough to heavily injure a 9th heavenly layer Holy Emperor. If it's used properly, it can even kill a 9th heavenly layer Holy Emperor. Jianshan put away the Emperor's power, but he did not dare to store it in his body. Instead, he stored it in the artifact space, where the artifact spirit watched over it. As a result, even if the Emperor's power suddenly erupted, the artifact spirit would be able to block it. Although I can refine this strand of Emperor's power into chaotic force, the amount of chaotic force it can provide is extremely limited. It won't be of much help at all. If I use it to injure my enemies, I can threaten a 9th heavenly layer Holy Emperor. Only then can the strand of Emperor's power be maximized, Jianshan thought. Jianshan, you really did it. You did not disappoint me. Suddenly, a gentle and pleasant voice rang out. The sudden appearance of the Saint weapon stunned both Jianshan and Nubis. Afterwards, they raised their heads and saw an illusionary woman hovering in the air before them. Poseidon, it's actually you. Jianshan and Nubis immediately recognized the illusionary woman and were both shocked. Jianshan, you've obtained the Emperor armament the human emperor left behind after his death, and this divine hall is about to fall into your hands as well. Are you satisfied with what you've obtained from the divine hall of the 8 wastelands? Poseidon's voice rang out. Her voice was pleasant, like the music of the heavens. Your Majesty Poseidon, since you can enter the divine hall of the 8 wastelands as you please, you must know about the schemes within, Jianshan asked sternly. That's right. I do know about everything here, including the matters of the Blood Demon Emperor and Emperor Gu Lo. But don't worry, I called you to the divine hall of the 8 wastelands out of consideration for you. I don't mean you any harm. At the same time, what happened in the divine hall is a test for you, Poseidon said. Jianshan fell silent. The goddess of the sea race was one of the 4 supreme experts of ancient times, an existence that surpassed the Holy Emperor. Her abilities far exceeded what Jianshan knew. Jianshan knew that everything that happened in the divine hall of the 8 wastelands had probably always been under Poseidon's surveillance. Your Majesty Poseidon, you've helped me time and time again. May I ask what you want me to do for you? Jianshan asked. Poseidon remained silent for a while before replying. Jianshan, I want you to go to a place and retrieve something for me. That's why I'm helping you. What do you want? Can't you find experts to help you with your identity as the goddess of the sea race? Jianshan was curious. No, you're probably the only one who can enter that place. Everyone else will die, even experts like the Holy Emperor, Poseidon said. Chapter 950. Jianshan was immediately surprised when he heard Poseidon's words. However, he became even more curious about the existence of that place. Your Majesty Poseidon, may I ask what kind of place you're talking about? What kind of dangers are there that even Holy Emperor-level experts have a chance of dying? At the same time, I'm far weaker than Holy Emperor-level experts. Since even the Holy Emperor has a chance of dying, it'll be even more dangerous for me if I go in, Jianshan said. The sea goddess shook her head and said, very few people in the sea know of the existence of that place, but its strangeness and level of danger is something that no other dangerous place in the sea can compare to. This is because there are no mysteries of the world there, nor is there any flow of energy. There is a mysterious power there that can suppress everyone's abilities and energy. As a result, whether it's the Holy Emperor or the Holy Emperor-level experts, they'll lose all their abilities and energy once they enter that place. They'll become as weak as ordinary people, unable to deal with the dangers there. In the past few years, not only have I searched the entire sea realm time and time again for the people who can enter that place, I've even enveloped the entire Tian Yuan continent, the Beast God continent, and the continents where the 100 races reside. Unfortunately, I've searched for over 100,000 years, but I haven't found a single person who can enter that place until you appeared. Poseidon's voice was filled with melancholy, mixed feelings, and some excitement. Jianshan, in all these years, you're the only person I've found who can enter that place and return safely. This is because your path of cultivation is different from ordinary people. You don't comprehend the mysteries of the world, and the power you use is not any known power on the Tian Yuan continent. Instead, it's a mysterious power that I've never seen or heard of before. I can sense that the power you use is powerful and terrifying. It's not something that can be suppressed by that place. Furthermore, your body is extremely powerful. With such a powerful defense, the Holy Emperor's attacks below the 3rd celestial layer will not be able to harm you. Even if your strength is suppressed in that place, you can still protect yourself with your powerful body. Therefore, Jianshan, you are the only one who can safely enter that place. Please help me. Jianshan came to a realization when he heard that. No wonder the mighty sea goddess would come to him for help out of nowhere. It was because he cultivated the chaotic body, which made him different from others. Your Majesty Poseidon, what exactly do you want me to help you get from that place? I wonder if I can fulfill your request with my current strength. Jianshan cupped his hands and asked. I'll tell you exactly what I want you to get when the time comes. With your current strength, you'll be fine once you enter that place. The greatest threat there is that mysterious power that can suppress the Holy Emperor's strength and reduce him to an ordinary person. Without that mysterious power, any 16th star expert can do whatever they want in that place. In my sea realm, there will be a worldly ebb once every 10,000 years. That place will only open when the worldly ebb descends. The next worldly ebb will be when you enter that place. Right now, it has been exactly 10,000 years since the last worldly ebb. I estimate that the next worldly ebb is not far away. According to the past worldly ebbs, it won't be more than 50 years at most, Poseidon said. After a moment of thought, Jianshan said, Your Majesty Poseidon, I, Jianshan, am a person who repays debts with debts. Since you've helped me so much, Jianshan will definitely do everything in my power to assist you in obtaining what you want. Very good. Jianshan, I will be grateful to you once you successfully obtain that item. You will be an eternal friend of my sea race. Poseidon's voice was filled with undisguised excitement. He then continued, Jianshan, the divine hall of the 8 wastelands was created by the Blood Demon Emperor in the past. It was then modified by Gu Lu and the 8 wastelands, so it has become extremely powerful. Hide in there and no one below the Holy Emperor will be able to harm you. Go to the core of the divine hall and refine it. Yes, Your Majesty Poseidon. Jianshan's face was filled with undisguised joy. With the protection of the divine hall, he no longer needed to fear the 10 protector clans of the continent. Poseidon's illusionary figure slowly drifted over to Amagami, who still hovered there. He gently extended a finger and the Amagami immediately drifted toward Jianshan with a faint red light. Afterward he said, Take this bead with you. Remember, you must find a new host for it within 10 years. You must find a new host for it within 10 years? Why is that? Jianshan asked in confusion. Poseidon gently shook his head. I don't know why either. This was something that the ancient divine beast, the winged tiger, told me in the past. This bead also came from the winged tiger. What? The Amagami came from the winged tiger? Jianshan was extremely surprised. That's right. This bead was indeed given to me by the winged tiger. Back then, the ancient divine beast, the winged tiger, told me to look after this bead for him. Once the host of the bead dies, I must find a new host for it within 10 years. The bead cannot be left alone for more than 10 years, or he will flatten my sea realm. Poseidon's voice became rather unnatural towards the end. Hearing the words, flatten the sea realm, Jianshan couldn't help but inwardly gasp. However, he immediately asked out of curiosity, didn't the ancient divine beast, the winged tiger, disappear a long time ago? Is his threat still effective? The ancient divine beast, the winged tiger, has indeed disappeared for many years. However, I owe him a debt of gratitude for his guidance in the past. Moreover, the reason why I am still alive today is also because of the winged tiger. As a result, I have been secretly paying attention to this bead all these years in order to repay the winged tiger's kindness in the past. Poseidon explained. Jianshan was even more shocked. Only now did he finally understand why Poseidon had lived for so long without dying. He had actually obtained the help of the ancient divine beast, the winged tiger. This made him feel rather incredulous. What was even more unbelievable was that the winged tiger had actually given guidance to the sea goddess. After all, in ancient times, the sea goddess was in existence on par with the winged tiger, Mo Tianyun, and Aruejin. They were the 4 supreme experts of the 4 races. Looks like although the 4 supreme experts were all existences that had surpassed Saint Emperor in the ancient times, their strength was not on the same level, Jianshan sighed. Newbies, who stood beside him, had already become stunned. What Poseidon had said had an extremely great impact on newbies. No one on the Tianyuan continent knew about these secrets. If it were not for Poseidon, probably no one would have known about them. Jianshan slowly extended his hand and grabbed Amagami. He asked, Your Majesty Poseidon, Do you know if Amagami will pose any harm to the host once it enters the body? I've already observed this bead for several 100,000 years. Throughout these years, the bead has traveled across the 4 races and entered the bodies of several hundred people. However, there were no other changes aside from the same cultivation method and energy. It shouldn't pose any harm to the host, Poseidon said. Jianshin hesitated before stowing Amagami away in his space ring in the end. He had already made up his mind about what to do with Amagami. Jianshin, remember, the bead cannot exist by itself for more than 10 years. It has already spent 5 years in the divine hall of the 8 wastelands. You have to find a host for it in the remaining 5 years. Poseidon's voice rang out as her figure gradually faded. By the time she had finished speaking, Poseidon had completely vanished. She had left the divine hall of the 8 wastelands. Jianshin quickly dismissed his thoughts after Poseidon's departure. He looked at the door to the central hub on the ceiling and directly flew up. In the end, he vanished into the door and prepared to refine the divine hall. Jianshin refined the divine hall at an extraordinary speed. Tesniak had spent 5 years and still failed to completely refine the divine hall. He could only control a small portion of its power, but Jianshin had only used 3 months to gain complete control over the entire divine hall. After gaining complete control over the divine hall, Jianshin's soul had completely fused with it. The divine hall seemed to become a part of him. Not only could he clearly sense everything within the divine hall, but he could also control all its power as well. This was a power on the same level as the Holy Emperor. In the divine hall, Jianshin could control this power like it was his own arm. However, the only flaw was that this power could not be used against people outside the divine hall. Jianshin could clearly sense the existence of the Class 8 dire beasts in the divine hall. Furthermore, in a hidden corner of the divine hall, he discovered 2 extremely large skeletons. These were the skeletons of the sea folk. There was an extremely pure and powerful energy fluctuation hidden within the skeletons. The Holy Emperor's skeletons. Jianshin immediately determined the identity of these 2 skeletons. They were definitely Emperor Gyul and the 8 Wastelands. This made him extremely excited. Jianshin left the central hub and reappeared on the 9th floor of the Divine Hall. Newbies had been waiting there the entire time for the past 3 months. Currently, he sat to one side and cultivated silently. He did not sense Jianshin's arrival. Jianshin looked at Newbies, who was sitting there with his eyes closed, and smiled. "Newbies, it's time for us to go out." Newbies slowly opened his eyes and revealed a sliver of excitement. "Jianshin, you've already gained control of the Divine Hall?" Jianshin smiled and opened his hand. Space rings immediately flew out from the entrance of the Divine Hall and gathered above Jianshin's hand. There were over 100 of them. These space rings belonged to the experts of the Sea Folk who had died in the Divine Hall. Jianshin had collected them from various places through the Divine Hall's power. Newbies immediately understood that Jianshin had gained complete control of the Divine Hall when he saw Jianshin's ability. He immediately became excited. "Fantastic. With the Divine Hall's protection, we have nothing to fear even if we come across Hall Elders. God damn it, we were chased around by the experts of the Serpent God Hall and Heaven's Spirit Hall a few days ago. Now that we have enough strength, we can't let them go. Jianshin, let's go get revenge and kill our way to the Serpent God Hall and Heaven's Spirit Hall." Chapter 951. A cold light immediately flashed through Jianshin's eyes when he heard what Newbies had said. He clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. "I will definitely go to the Serpent God Hall and the Heaven's Spirit Hall, especially the Divine General who stole my armor. Jianshin, will let you know that my things are not so easy to take." "Jianshin, do you think we should directly kill our way to the Serpent God Hall once we get out?" Newbies had already begun rubbing his fists. Jianshin thought about it for a while before shaking his head in the end. "There's no hurry. Let's return to the Turtle Clan first. The 5-year period between me and the Taihong clan is up, so we can't waste any more time. Otherwise, I'm afraid that something will happen to the Turtle Clan. I may not be the ruler of the Turtle Clan, but the Grand Elder of the Turtle Clan died to save me. The Grand Elder's final wish was to revive the Turtle Clan, so I can't disappoint the Grand Elder. Once I deal with the matters of the Taihong clan, I'll immediately head to the Serpent God Hall to take back what belongs to me and wipe away my humiliation. Jianshan stowed all the space rings in his hand into the artifact's space before leaving the Divine Hall with newbies. He did not have the time to tidy up the items in the space rings at all. He even left the 2 Holy Emperor skeletons in the Divine Hall. The experts of the Poseidon Hall, the Serpent God Hall, and the Heaven's Spirit Hall remained where they were outside the Divine Hall. They had already waited there for 5 whole years. Not a single one of them chose to leave during that time. They all wanted to personally witness who the final victor of the 8 Wastelands would be and what treasures their clansmen would obtain from the 8 Wastelands. During these 5 years, the majestic 8 Desolation Divine Palace remained suspended in the air in its original state. Everything that happened inside changed from what happened inside was impossible to tell from the outside. Even when the Emperor armament struck the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands and the great disturbance caused by Jianshan's battle against his Nike, the Divine Hall did not change at all. It's already been 5 years since they entered, yet not a single one of them has come out. Something's not right, such a voice would ring out from the crowd from time to time. Back then, a total of 160 experts had entered the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands, yet not a single one of them had come out. This made many people suspicious, because if it was a normal treasure hunt, there would definitely be many people who were not strong enough to withdraw. I wonder what the situation inside is like. Is Jianshan still fine? Can he find the central control of the Divine Hall and obtain the right to possess it? He's someone the Hall Master values, so nothing can happen to him in the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands, thought Elder Hong. Beside Elder Hong stood another temple elder of the Sea God Temple. She was the woman whose face could not be seen clearly. She held a staff in her hand. Although she looked very similar to Atlantis, the strongest person under the Great Emperor realm in the sea region, she was a completely different person from Atlantis. At this moment, she silently hovered in the air. Her beautiful eyes were emotionless as she stared at the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands. She did not say anything at all. She had been in this state for a full 5 years. Everyone, look! Someone's coming out! At this moment, a cry rang out. Everyone's eyes immediately lit up when they heard the voice, and they immediately focused their attention. 2 figures hovered high above the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands. They had appeared so suddenly that they did not cause any disturbances at all. Even the 6 hall elders present had no idea when the 2 of them had appeared. Jianshan. It's actually him. He's already come out of the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands. Elder Hong recognized the 2 with a single glance and immediately murmured. The 2 people who had silently appeared above the Divine Hall were Jianshan and newbies. The woman standing beside Elder Hong narrowed her eyes and finally spoke. No, their strength has increased by a lot. They actually both possess the strength of the 15th star. The woman's cold voice contained a bit of surprise. Elder Hong was surprised when he heard that. He said, "That's right. Their presences really have become much more powerful. They're both 15th star experts now. The 2 of them must have benefited quite a lot from the trip to the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands. I wonder how the others are doing." Jianshan and newbies calmly stared at the experts who had gathered in 3 different camps in the distance. Afterward, they flew towards the camp of Hall Poseidon together. Why did only the 2 of you come out? What happened to the others? What happened in the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands? Why did only 2 people come out after 5 whole years? Where are the others, who obtained the legacy of the Emperor of the 8 Wastelands in the end? The experts of the Serpent God Hall and Heaven's Spirit Hall constantly asked questions. They all wanted to know what had happened in the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands and the situation of their clansmen. Jianshan and newbies ignored the questions. They directly arrived before Elder Hong and clasped their hands at him. "Greetings, Elder Hong." Elder Hong faintly smiled as he constantly studied Jianshan. He said, "I can already tell that the two of you have benefited greatly from the trip to the Divine Hall of the Eight Wastelands. Your strength has actually increased by so much. Jianshan, have you obtained the legacy of the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands?" Elder Hong spoke very softly, but everyone present was powerful. Even though they were very far away, they still heard him clearly. Immediately, everyone, including the hall elders of the other two divine halls, looked at Jianshan and newbies. Jianshan gently shook his head. "Elder Hong, to be honest, I did not obtain the legacy of the Emperor of the Eight Wastelands. The Divine Hall of the Eight Wastelands is actually a scam, a scheme." Elder Hong was surprised. He asked, "What do you mean?" After a moment of thought, Jianshan said, "May I ask if Elder Hong has heard about the Blood Demon Emperor?" "The Blood Demon Emperor? Is it the Blood Demon Emperor who fought against the three Hall Masters several tens of thousand years ago?" Elder Hong was surprised. He stared closely at Jianshan as he vaguely guessed something. "That's right. It's the Blood Demon Emperor who fought against the three Hall Masters several tens of thousand years ago. The Divine Hall of the Eight Wastelands originally belonged to the Blood Demon Emperor. It was called the Blood Demon Divine Hall. The Blood Demon Emperor did not perish in the battle against the three Hall Masters. His soul fled to the Divine Hall and hid itself. He then devoured Emperor Gu Lo and the Eight Wastelands who occupied the Divine Hall later on. He set up a killing trap in the Divine Hall and spread the news to lure everyone into the Divine Hall. He used the trap to kill all the experts who entered the Divine Hall and used their blood to recover his weakened soul. He wanted to possess our bodies and be reborn. As a result of the 160 experts who entered the Divine Hall of the Eight Wastelands, only the two of us have made it out alive," Jianshan explained. "How is that possible? How could the Divine Hall of the Eight Wastelands be part of the Blood Demon Emperor's scheme?" The Eight Wastelands Emperor and Emperor Gu Lu were both Holy Emperor-level experts. How could they have been devoured by the Blood Demon Emperor? Emperors only live for 10,000 years, while the Blood Demon Emperor was an emperor from several tens of thousand years ago. How could he have lived for so long with only his soul left? "Everyone, he's just making things up to deceive us." Jianshan's words immediately caused a huge uproar. At this moment, everyone, including the 6 hall elders, found it difficult to remain calm. The Divine Hall of the Eight Wastelands was actually part of the Blood Demon Emperor's scheme, a scheme that could allow him to be reborn. All of them found this unbelievable. This was because the Blood Demon Emperor was a famed vicious person from several tens of thousand years ago, and emperors only lived for 10,000 years. The fact that the Blood Demon Emperor was still alive after all this time was like a huge bomb to them. "Ruler of the Turtle Clan, since you've said that this is part of the Blood Demon Emperor's scheme to be reborn, why are you still alive when everyone else has died? Do you possess the ability to defeat the Blood Demon Emperor's soul?" An old man asked. His voice was forceful. He was a hall elder of the Heavens Spirit Hall. "Correct. The Blood Demon Emperor's soul did die to my hands." Jianshan did not hide anything and indifferently replied. "What about the ruler of the Serpent God Hall, Tiznike?" A hall elder of the Serpent God Hall growled. His complexion was very ugly. "Tiznike is dead as well. He died in the Divine Hall of the Eight Wastelands." Jianshan coldly stared at the hall elder of the Serpent God Hall. He did not have a good impression of the Serpent God Hall. "Impossible, that's impossible. Tiznike possessed the power of an emperor left behind by the Hall Master, so how could he have died in the Divine Hall of the Eight Wastelands?" "You're lying," the hall elder of the Serpent God Hall sternly called out. His face became extremely sunken and terrifying. "I've already told you the truth. It's up to you whether you believe me or not." Jianshan glanced at the experts of the two halls without any fear. With a thought, the huge divine hall in the air immediately shrank at a visible rate. In the end, it became the size of a palm and flew into Jianshan's hand, becoming a miniature divine hall. How is this possible? He's already gained control of the divine hall of the 8 wastelands. The divine hall of the 8 wastelands has actually fallen into his hands. He's already gained control of the divine hall. Jianshan's actions caused another wave of cries. At that moment, everyone had forgotten about the fate of their clansmen. They all stared at the divine hall of the 8 wastelands in Jianshan's hand with shining eyes. Undisguised greed filled their eyes. Even the experts of the Serpent God Hall were no exception. Good. Jianshan, you really have gained control of the divine hall, Elder Hong chuckled. His eyes were filled with deep envy. Noticing the gazes of the people in the surroundings, Jianshan sneered. He raised the divine hall of the 8 wastelands high up in his hand and called out, "If you want the divine hall of the 8 wastelands, feel free to come and take it." Chapter 952. Noticing the gazes of the people in the surroundings, Jianshan coldly smiled. He raised the shrunken 8 wastelands divine hall high in the air and yelled, "If you want the 8 wastelands divine hall, feel free to come and take it." Jianshan's arrogance and disregard for everyone immediately caused the expressions of many people to sink. Great anger surged within them. The people who could make it there were all peak experts of the various large clans in the Sea Realm without exception. Every single one of them had lived for several thousand years and were old monsters who valued their reputation more than anything else. How could they allow a junior to act so presumptuously before them? Insolent brat, how dare you act so arrogantly? Let's get old man to teach you a lesson in place of your seniors. I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you out there. A hunchbacked old man with wrinkles on his face immediately bellowed out. He immediately shot toward Jianshan from the group of people from the Serpent God Hall with lightning-like speed. His skinny hands swung toward Jianshan with great force. The old man was a 16th star expert. He had reached the 5th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor and was a renowned expert in the territory of the Serpent God Hall. The 2 hall elders of the Serpent God Hall did not stop him at all. Instead, they glared at the 2 hall elders from the Poseidon Hall. A tremendous presence vaguely radiated from them, locking onto the 2 hall elders from the Poseidon Hall. Elder Hong's face sank and his gaze sharpened at that moment. He stared at the 2 hall elders of the Serpent God Hall like 2 sharp swords. A visible light shone from the eyes of the woman beside the 2 hall elders as well. She stared at the 2 hall elders coldly as undisguised killing intent filled her eyes. The 2 hall elders from the Poseidon Hall were secretly being held back by the 2 hall elders of the Serpent God Hall. If they assisted Jianshan, they would definitely suffer the fierce attacks of the 2 hall elders. Jianshan coldly stared at the old man who was shooting towards him. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Good timing." With a flip of his hand, the Emperor armament appeared in Jianshan's hand. With the injection of chaotic force, the Emperor armament immediately radiated with a surging, black light. A destructive presence enveloped the entire region, causing the expressions of everyone present to change. The expression of the expert from the Serpent God Hall who had attacked Jianshan drastically changed. The energy that erupted from the Emperor armament was so powerful that even he shivered in fear. It was not an attack that he could withstand. How is this possible? How did he become so strong? What kind of power is this? It's actually so terrifying. The old man was shocked. Just when he wanted to dodge, the Emperor armament stabbed toward him as a black streak of light. "Let's fight." Running out of options, the old man immediately made up his mind. A spear suddenly appeared in his hand, and he struck out with all his strength to receive the Emperor armament. Boom! The Emperor armament violently collided with the old man's spear, immediately erupting with a great boom. Jianshan's attack possessed the might of the 7th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor, while the old man was only at the 5th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. How could he withstand the attack? He immediately vomited blood as he was blown away. His face was pale white, having been heavily injured. That's what they mean by there's always someone better than you. You're a member of the Serpent God Hall. Since you've attacked me, I definitely won't spare you, Jianchen coldly said. Jianchen's cold voice rang out. He glared at the old man as killing intent surged in his eyes. He swung his sword from afar, wanting to finish off the old man completely. A huge strand of sword chi shot out from the Emperor armament, turning into a black dragon. It shot toward the old man with lightning-like speed, as if it could destroy the world. Wherever the sword chi passed by, space would be ripped apart. The terrifying ripples of energy caused the expressions of many people to change. The eyes of the old man who had been blown away by Jianchen's attack suddenly narrowed. His pale face became even paler as despair filled his eyes. He was already heavily injured, so he was unable to dodge the incoming sword chi. If he had to take on the attack again, he would be half dead even if he managed to survive. Stop! At this moment, a heavy voice rang out. A hall elder of the Serpent God Hall had taken action. With a gentle wave of his hand, a tremendous amount of energy was immediately emitted, colliding with Jianchen's powerful sword chi. With a boom, Jianchen's sword chi was personally blocked by the hall elder of the Serpent God Hall. The sword chi and the tremendous ripples of energy from the swing of the hall elder's hand both vanished, having cancelled each other out. Jianchen coldly stared at the hall elder for a while before saying to the old man, "I'll spare your life this time, but you won't be so lucky next time." With that, Jianchen glanced around again and loudly said, "If there's anyone else who wants the Divine Hall, feel free to come and take it." This time, the surroundings fell silent. No one dared to say anything. Everyone's gazes toward Jianchen had completely changed. He could heavily injure a 16th star expert with a casual swing of his sword. Such strength was truly terrifying, enough to make many people fearful. The current Jianchen possessed the strength to protect the 8 Wastelands Divine Hall. Good. Jianchen, you really do surprise me more and more. I never thought that not only did you obtain the Divine Hall, but you even found an Emperor armament left behind by a human Emperor. You can actually unleash such terrifying power with the help of the Emperor armament. Elder Hong chuckled as he praised Jianchen. The 2 hall elders of the Serpent God Hall became extremely sunken. Their hatred for Jianchen had reached its limit. Jianchen had first stolen the abyssal crystal from the emissary of the Serpent God Hall and fled to the territory of the Poseidon Hall. Now, he was making things difficult for them, which made the 2 of them feel rather embarrassed. Most importantly, they suspected that Tesniak had died to Jianchen's hands. Tesniak was the ruler of the Serpent God clan. He was greatly valued by the Hall Master and had been bestowed with the power of an emperor. His death was a heavy loss to the entire Serpent God clan because Tesniak possessed the potential to become an emperor. It was extremely likely for him to become an emperor in the future. "Let's go," a hall elder of the Serpent God Hall called out. He left with the people of the Serpent God Hall and no longer mentioned anything else. They all understood that Jianchen was no longer the weakling they could bully in the past. After the people of the Serpent God Hall left, the people of the Heaven's Spirit Hall and the Poseidon Hall returned at the same time. However, aside from Jianchen and Nubis, everyone's complexions were very ugly. They had waited bitterly for 5 years. Originally, they wanted their clansmen to bring back some treasures from the Divine Hall to revitalize their clans, but they had never thought that this would be the outcome. Out of the 160 experts who had entered, only 2 had returned alive. Although all of them knew that there were definitely many treasures in the Divine Hall, none of them dared to ask Jianchen for them because they feared Jianchen's strength. Jianchen returned to the territory of the Poseidon Hall with Elder Hong and the others. He turned down Elder Hong's invitation to go to the Divine Hall and directly made his way to the Turtle Clan with Nubis. At this moment, the 5-year period between Jianchen and the Tai Hong clan had arrived a few days ago. The ancestor of the Tai Hong clan had personally arrived at the Turtle clan with a group of experts and was waiting there. Don't worry. Although the 5-year period is up, I won't make things difficult for you. I know that the ruler of your Turtle clan is still in the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands, so I'll wait here until he comes out. However, if your ruler dies in the Divine Hall of the 8 Wastelands, you'll lose the bet. According to our agreement, your Turtle clan will join our Tai Hong clan. The ancestor of the Tai Hong clan stood on the square with his arms crossed. He was composed and confident. He was confident that he would win the bet with Jianshan. This was because he refused to believe that the ruler of the Turtle clan could grow to a level where he could match up to him in just 5 short years. The Tai Hong clan did not make things difficult for the Turtle clan. Their goal was to subdue the Turtle clan. At the same time, they had the 2nd and 3rd elders as spies in the Turtle clan, so they would be able to win the hearts of the people if they were slightly more amiable. Coupled with the fact that the 2 respected elders were persuading the Turtle clan, they would face much fewer obstacles in subduing the Turtle clan. The experts of the Turtle clan surrounded the people from the Tai Hong clan. Even the 2nd and 3rd elders were present. The Tai Hong clan's magnanimity makes us feel ashamed. Our Turtle clan cannot be people who go back on their word. It doesn't matter why the ruler of the Turtle clan is unable to return to the agreement from back then. He has already broken his promise and made our Turtle clan lose face. I now announce that if the ruler of the Turtle clan does not return in 3 days, we will lose the bet. According to the agreement from before, our Turtle clan will submit to the Tai Hong clan and follow their lead, the 2nd elder said righteously. The 2nd elder is correct. Our Turtle clan may be a tribe, but we are still an ancient clan with a long history. How can we break our promise? I agree with the 2nd elder's suggestion. If the ruler of the Turtle clan does not return in 3 days, our Turtle clan will submit to the Tai Hong clan, the 3rd elder added. The people of the Turtle clan looked at each other, but they could not find any words to refute. Although the 2nd and 3rd elders were biased towards the Tai Hong clan, their words were not without reason. 2nd elder, 3rd elder, since when has the fate of the Turtle clan been decided by the 2 of you? At this moment, a loud voice rang out from the sky. It echoed, making it impossible to tell where it came from. The ruler, it's the ruler's voice. The ruler has returned. The ruler of our Turtle clan has returned. Many people of the Turtle clan recognized the owner of the voice and immediately rejoiced. However, the expressions of the 2nd and 3rd elders became rather sunken. 2 figures shot through the sky like meteors, flying over with lightning speed. In the end, they slowly descended under the respectful gazes of over 10,000 people of the Turtle clan. They were Jianshan and newbies. Jianshan and newbies concealed their presences and hid their strength. From the outside, they seemed like ordinary people. No one could see through their strength.